You don't want to hit what if you hit what?
I said, did you hit go live or are you waiting for me to hit it?
I don't know. Did you hit it?
No.
Did I didn't hit it.
Okay, well, I'm.
Well, we are live though.
Didn't must have hit it.
What happened? Did you break it? Can we repeal the 19th? God damn it.
Talking loud in the nighttime air. Voices clash, waiting down and care. Opinions flare like they matter so. But who's right we'll never know. Microphones like weapons drawn. Swagger in the twilight dawn. Each word iron, each thought steel. To be heard is the final deal. Howling offense in the midnight haze. Everybody's offended, each one sways. We're offended, you're offended, that's the way. Claim the night with the things we say. Truths clash like broken dreams. Voice to voice, let it scream. What's real in this foggy light? Bow hard till the morning light. Feel the hunger of the crowd. Anxious to erupt so loud. Unity in discord side. Witness as their worlds collide. Howling offense in the midnight haze. Everybody's offended, each one sways. We're offended, you're offended, that's the way. Claim the night with the things we say. Truths clash like broken dreams. Raise your voice, let it scream. What's real in this foggy light? Battle hard till the morning light. Feel the hunger of the crowd. Anxious to erupt so loud. Unity in discord's tide. Witness as their worlds collide. Howling offense in the midnight haze. Everybody's offended, each one sways. We're offended, you're offended, that's the way. Claim the night with the things we say. Beta! Beta! We say. 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 Beta!
My mother kissed one of my fucking temples!
Oh my God. I kind of did it. Except I don't have enough fingers to do what I need to do. Wrong one. You're muted.
Oh, that was in there. Hey, what is up, everybody? Yes, it's nice to see everyone. We missed you.
Okay, shut the hell up!
Thank you.
Silencio!
Hope everyone has had a fantastic day so far. If you are new here, hi, hello, welcome. Don't forget to hit the little subscribe button down below. It is hump day, so wow, chicka, wow, wow. Sorry about my dog whining in the background.
Air raid.
I mean, and thank you for clicking on the little button to come sit with us, listen to the craziness going on in the world today. We're doing it a little differently today. Just doing chill sesh today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of
Catch up
a
on
chill
stuff.
stream. Well, we're gonna go over the Epstein files. I guess 20,000 documents have been released. To the surprise of no one, nothing has come out. Nothing new, no information, but of course, the media with any opportunity to try and spin it any way they can. And actually, CBC has a base take. They actually just reported. So, I mean,
Well, that's new.
dude, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so we'll talk about that a little bit. Also, CTV released, or I guess what's being reported, at least by CTV, that well, I guess I'll put it this way. Notice how the media is basically going after or highlighting Pierre and his position, or I guess what happened in the, with one MP leaving and the other one a turncoat commie. They're talking about that, but they're not talking about the deficit and the budget that has actually plunged Canada into a now expected recession. So a recession is
Awesome.
now looming within Canada. So you guys want a chill
Can't
stream?
wait.
There's your chilling. There's your chilling. Yeah, so
Yeah,
we'll
you're
go
doing the
over
wrong
that.
kind of chill, I feel. It's supposed to be like chill, not like chilling. But we are getting close to the winter months, so
I don't are we really gonna continue on with the
yes, just a little bit.
okay.
I'm not going to make a
Well,
big thing about it, but yes.
yeah, so we had we invited Viva Fry on yesterday. I'm not like calling him out. I'm not like, yeah, look, he ran away. Like, no, the dude owes us. He owes no one anything. But we just, I had a brief exchange with him and going over the ostrich farm stuff and just kind of the hyperbolic, and I guess that's what kind of the media and just this if you're not saying the most hyperbolic crap possible, everyone just kind of ignores you. So you have it's a weird vicious circle. But I guess we'll talk a little bit more. I should actually have information directly from someone that works with large animals with communicable diseases, and I don't know, maybe we'll find some like brain rot videos just to kind of like have giggles at. Yeah, and some other stuff. But of course, before we do, yeah.
How can we dash when our earth is turning?
They don't produce anything. They don't do anything.
How do we sleep while our beds are burning? How can we dance when our earth is turning?
I hope that like
I
double
know.
doesn't come through in the recording.
No, it
Oh.
doesn't, because I just got rid of the double part. Because you can actually, there's a spot on the screen that says sorry, StreamYard did like this update. So yeah, I don't know if on YouTube on YouTube you're supposed to be able to watch us at portrait or landscape.
Right.
However, when I'm looking at it, it's looking all portraity, but that's okay. We're just gonna go with it
Oh, is it?
because
Well, that's cool.
let me know. Let me know, YouTube people.
That's
Can
cool.
you see it landscapey?
Oh God. All right, so we're just gonna get into this. You know that the left is a fickle beast. They like to kind of talk about attacking someone's immutable characteristics. You shouldn't attack someone based on their immutable characteristics, their sex, race, gender, because apparently that's your gender is immutable. Like you can't change it. I don't know. All right. But just like, did you see that interview that Sydney Sweeney had where the chick's like, wasn't it bad for you to, use genes, and with the implication that your genes are superior as a white woman? Doesn't this blah, like, it's just I'm
I'm sorry. I'd be like, girl, or man, whoever the heck you are, you're the one calling me superior. I'm not walking around going, look at me, I'm all superior because I have less melanin in my system. Like, how does that? That's not even a thing. Unless you're like actually white supremacist, that's not a thing, right? That's what I'm saying. She's very chatty.
Goddamn chatty Gabby. Yeah, so if you guys do, of course, like the show, share it with your friends. Hell, share it with your enemies. Or maybe even your frenemies. Share it with your coworkers and be like, yo, have you seen these two retards? They're pretty cool. And I'll go,
Oh, you could
Just-
see her for like a second. Her head pops through. Where'd it go?
all right. No more dog sharing. We have serious business to get to. So this is from the CBC, the Communist Broadcasting Corporation of Canada. That's the CBCC. Or CIPC. That's what I like to call them. I call them CIPC. So this is yeah, so the Epstein files named Trump 1,500 times. Here's why that doesn't mean much. Bon, bon, bon. Trump's name appears at least 1,500 times in documents from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, made public
That's a lot.
Wednesday by Republicans in U.S. Congress, according to an AI-assisted search of the material by CBC News. They couldn't even read the shit. Your whole job is to like read it, get the information, but they just want like, hey, Grok. No, they wouldn't use Grok because the commies.
Yeah, they'll use the gooks.
Yeah, they'll use Gemini because it's free. So they went over to Gemini. I was like, yo, Gemini. Was Trump like super evil? Like he was doing stuff with those children, right? And it goes, no information actually ties him to anything like that. And they went, God damn it.
Right.
Oh, I had him. He was within my ground. He can't keep getting away with this.
I'll get you next time. Gadget. Sorry, should have done the whole thing like that. I just did the gadget.
Yeah, I used to be able to do Dr. Claw. I don't know if I can anymore, but
I'll get you next.
no, don't fuck.
Oh, do it.
Yeah, you hush, child, wench, or you're back in the kitchen where thee belongs.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
That's
Did it
very
actually
good,
come
Phil.
through?
Yeah, it did.
I know if I go really deep, like the microphone won't even pick up my voice.
Oh. Wait, you're
But
dead.
anyways, so the vast majority of the mentions, however, appear to reveal nothing new or substantive connecting Epstein, the disgraced financier. Republicans on the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released what they described as 20,000 pages of documents received from the Epstein estate. The documents include blah, 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 blah. CBC News analyzed the file using the Google application Pinpoint. God damn it. I didn't read that. I went down to the other section where it says Democrats released emails. I didn't even read that part. A tool that converts image files into searchable documents. While the analysis showed Trump is mentioned more than 1,500 times, a significant proportion of the references are in news reports from 2016 onward, covering Trump's first campaign for the presidency and his first term in the White House. So this is actually, I had posted this on X when this first dropped, because the Democrats said that they leaked. Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, they have the quote right here. So earlier on Wednesday, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released 3 emails out of the 20,000 plus pages that they claimed raised serious questions about Donald Trump and his knowledge of Epstein's horrific crimes. I had taken that and I said, watch what the media does with this, because they are going to try and make a mountain, or like, look, we have all this bombshell information that Donald Trump knew. In fact, I think that was the headline that I had shared was Trump had knowledge. I can't remember exactly how they worded it, but basically Trump knew what Epstein was doing. That's how they tried to frame it. And even the CBC couldn't find anything damning. And you know they have motivated reasoning. They couldn't find anything actually tying him to this. But the Democrats intentionally tried to leak this information to try and get ahead of the story.
Of course they do.
So this is one thing. I don't, like, have you ever heard of like the anchoring bias?
No.
So the anchoring bias is if you're given a piece of information that kind of anchors your view. And so you'll always kind of fall back to that reference because most people that don't actually read the news or listen to the news actually have any information. They'll say exactly that. Wait. So those emails raise serious questions. Donald Trump knew about Jeffrey Epstein's proclivities to women, young women, even though Donald Trump has said, and it's not like he hid it, where he said Epstein likes them, let's just say on the younger side.
Yeah, and he was literally working with FBI agents. What do you know?
True. Mute your phone, jackass. You
jackass.
Oh, it's okay. There's
Nah.
imagine if it wasn't.
Right, jackass. But yeah, like he was working with the FBI against Epstein. So of course he knew he was working with the FBI.
I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's been confirmed. I think that's just some spin.
I'm gonna look into that because
I would encourage you to, because if we're anything, we're accurate with our reporting. 100%. Without question, without fail. But this is how the media tried to push it. So they tried to get in front of the story. So that's the whole thing with the anchoring bias, is the initial piece of information that you have anchors you to there, and it actually takes a lot of effort to dislodge you from that position, which is why the day before they went, look at this, Trump knew about Jeffrey Epstein's things. So I think I had said something to the effect of, well, the Democrats knew about it. Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, start naming people. They knew about it. They knew about it 100%. But it's interesting that they always try and tie it to Trump. Even this guy, you guys remember this little creepy degenerate? Remember Eric Swalwell or Fang Fang? Remember Fang Fang, where he says, if Trump had sex with an underage girl, should he still be president? This guy literally had sex with a Chinese spy and was giving them information. But yet somehow he's still around.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It was him, not the president. He's not president, so it shouldn't matter.
There you go. There's your Chinese spy, Mr. Fart. Well, I guess not fart, shits himself.
Like,
you never seen that video? Where he literally like rips ass on an interview? Like it wasn't like I'm sitting here talking and I kind of like, try and hide it. He notably stops and you hear, and then he continues talking.
Kind of love it.
The audacity for these people, like these people have no shame. And this is what I talk about with like Trudeau and our ethics and all that stuff. Shaming these people doesn't work. They have no shame. They have no morals. They have no ethics. The whole thing is win. I think the right needs to start figuring that point out just a teeny,
just a little bit.
Just a little
Get
bit.
with it. Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's So
I heard one I looked up one thing, but now I'm asking AI because there's too many. When I try to search up Trump essentially being a informant, it's I'm hearing in some things are coming up, yes, other things they're coming up saying that the person who did Speaker Johnson said that he misspoke, so now he's walking it back. So I'm trying to ask AI to do the research for me here, because I'm getting too many conflicting things and it's taking a very long time to think.
Well, no, exactly. So there you go. This
Oh.
is
There is no confirmed evidence that Donald Trump directly worked with or served as an informant with the FBI relations regarding Jeffrey Epstein, despite recent claims that the House Speaker Mike Johnson that he quickly retracted. Okay. All right.
mhm,
Well, I have been put in my place.
that's right.
I will walk away now.
Exactly. You know what? Maybe we'll go over to Steven Crowder for the next segment. But yeah, so no, nothing with regards to the FBI, and especially with a lot of people are losing a lot of confidence in him, especially with walking back with H1B, with working with China. Um people are notably pissed, and I think rightfully so. After that whole Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley, that's seen members of Turning Point USA attacked, like viciously attacked. Um, I'll say this though. You're not hearing a lot of rumblings, and I know a lot of conservatives were getting pretty pissed off that Trump wasn't, or just the Trump administration wasn't really saying much with regards to what happened and what has been happening with Antifa. And I think that's actually a good thing. You do the saber rattling before the war, but once the war starts, you don't talk that much. You do all, like, if you ever watch like boxing, UFC, MMA stuff, there's a lot of shit talking before the fight. But once the fights start, how much talking are they really doing? Probably not all that much.
Probably not.
So that's more or less how I'm kind of looking at this stuff. Trump, again, how many times, they keep referring to him as like the Teflon Don, because every single time it seems like he did this. Well, it didn't stick. It didn't stick. This whole thing with the E. Jean Carroll and all this type of crap, none of it stuck. Oh, McGregor, he is a little different. He loved to run his mouth before, during, and after. So that's a lot of what how I actually view this stuff that's going on. Yeah, I think Nokian's very, very quiet. So I think that there's going to be a massive crackdown. I would not be surprised if DOJ has infiltrated these groups, and they're just gathering information at this point. You've seen how Antifa had to change their whole look, because before they were all black bloc, all masked up, black and red, and trying to look intimidating. But now what did they have to do? They changed to, silly inflatable costumes so that they could try and get that propaganda photo of, the evil police and the evil riot police, attacking, that's the way that they'll frame it, attacking these freedom fighters. But that shows that they are losing the propaganda war big time. That they've had to go into silly, dumb costumes to try and do this.
Which is fair. Or true. Yeah. I don't know if I can share this.
What?
I've seen this today and it made me laugh. Hold on.
Is it? Are we shifting to something else?
No. It had to do with the Antifa thing.
Oh, okay.
Why you know what we messed up. Okay.
What is it? The big thing?
It's not letting me like share from Signal here. I'm just trying to pull it up. I had to save it. Fun. Open. I know this like.
See, that's why don't let women in charge of stuff.
I hate you so much right now. Can you just work? I'm like, Oh my God. Don't worry. It'll be like one more second. I've almost got it.
If
I've almost
this
got it. I know this better be good. I know.
this
I'm really
better
sorry.
be
if it's not.
amazing. What the hell is even that?
Oh
The
crap.
Army General of Antifa just showed up in Portland and he's pissed. Oh my God.
Tell me that's not fantastic. You're talking about
That-
like how they're like the black bloc and shit like that. Yeah. I mean
What is this monstrosity?
that he's the all high.
Ugh.
I would have thought the same thing too. If I would have seen that walking down the street.
I would
Oh
have
my God.
careful a strong wind. That thing's gonna go up like Mary Poppins.
Would be funny. Well, it looks like half of their hair flopped down already.
What
I
the
mean-
fuck? It's that.
Right?
Oh my God.
That's like one of those things I would not be able to like look away from if it was walking down the street.
Yeah,
I'd just be
if
staring and videotaping. But I got no words.
isn't it, I find it so funny that they like these are the people that apparently are like, fight the system, break the power, whatever, liberate, blah blah blah. But yet they're at every opportunity they're in line with like mainstream government talking points and all this type of crap. Like, you're still wearing a mask, my guy. Still wearing a mask.
Like walking victim. Pay attention to me, right?
I don't know. Okay, sure. Whatever makes you feel happy. If that makes you, keep waking up, all
But
more
that's the
power to
thing.
you, brother.
Okay. So growing up, as you know, like I was the goth kid, right? So, but when I would dress goth and stuff like that, trust me, I knew people are staring at me. I'm
Yeah,
not going
it's-
to sit there and get offended if people are looking at me like, what the fork is that?
Okay, answer
Especially
me
when
this.
especially when I walked into a church. That was funny.
Riddle me this. Okay.
Okay.
If you're a woman and you wear a low cut shirt that
Yeah.
shows your cleavage, and a guy looks, why do you get offended? Why do you get upset about that?
I personally don't get offended because if I'm wearing something with my tatas hanging out, clearly I want people to look at them because they look good.
Yeah, like
Like that's literally, you don't wear something like that if you don't want someone looking at it. End of story.
do you think Russell Brand, when he walks around with like his shirt, like what was the joke I meant? It's like, Russell, if your V-neck gets any lower, we're gonna see your balls.
Right? I know. Getting down there, right?
We'll see if
I
I
don't
can
know.
find like just how, because he always has a
All the time. He always has a super V-neck. It's very like 70s, 80s style. No, 70s. Very 70s.
I'm trying to. Okay, oh, here we go. Perfect photo. God damn it, I'm amazing. I'm
I know, and it
amazing
gets
at using
lower
my
and
fingers.
lower and lower.
Yeah,
You see the
like-
belly button ready.
There we go.
That's not even that bad. I've seen ones that literally go to his belly button.
Did you see when he was on Alex Jones? He was literally wearing like a bathrobe,
Was he?
literally in a
Oh my
bathrobe in fucking boxers.
I actually want to see that. I think that would be a really interesting episode. Him and Alex Jones. I think that would
It
be
was
entertaining.
wild listening to it. Right, but like, so
I don't know,
is he inviting people to look at his cleavage?
Yes. I can't help but look at the titties. I mean, it's there. It's like right out in the open.
Oh, that's like, this is his I'm homeless
Man
attire.
bun.
Yeah.
I will say I think he looks better in the man bun than his hair all flopped down. For him
Really?
anyway. Yeah.
No, he well, I was gonna say no, he looks like he's about to go do like meditation in like a weird dojo or
Yeah.
something and like, snort ayahuasca or whatever you do with ayahuasca.
He'll do some like
Um,
downward dog pose with some women.
Yeah,
He'll help guide them from the back.
100%. See, low. I'm trying to see if I could find like a tasteful photo, okay? Tasteful. Good.
I should off. Wait.
Well, okay, how about this? How about this?
Right? You might make some money.
Wait, where the hell is the photo of? You seen like that thing with Sydney Sweeney at the what was that, like the Oscars or something?
No.
Trying to see if I can find the photo of it. Okay, come on, just give me the goods. Guys are gay. I'm trying to find it.
Why are you gay?
Well, okay. Well, I don't. Come on, I'm trying to find like a tasteful photo. It's just I don't want it to get booted. I'm just trying to find a chick in a low cut top. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do here.
Well, look up Kim Kardashian or J-Lo.
Okay, all right. Now, hopefully, okay. Well, this is on Etsy. Okay, I'm sure they're not going to show like titties on Etsy, right? Oh no, they definitely do. God damn it! You can't see, but like, if you've seen a chick wearing this, I think it's bait, right? Like, ugh.
What is that? Yeah, go back.
Oh my god. Well, it looks like it's on a mannequin and it doesn't even like sit right. But
Well, that's
like,
fair.
like if someone wore maybe not necessarily that, but a low cut top, like, and then a chick's would be like, if she got all offended that you're looking at me, it's like, dude, if you
Then
basically
why
just,
are you wearing that?
yeah, it'd be like walking to a bakery and you see all like the nice pastries in the window, and they go, "Don't you look at my pastries, you pig!" It's like, dude, you put them on display. I just want a fucking croissant. Give me a croissant.
Just wanted a croissant. Now I want this vanilla dip donut here. Jesus.
Yeah.
But see, but that's the thing. Like, there's a very big difference between looking and touching. Obviously, like I'm sorry if you're walking around in something like that. Like this is coming from a woman. I'm gonna be like, like, you know what? I'm me, but it's that's just the thing. Like you're wanting somebody to look. You're not wearing that because you're like, oh, I think I look good and only I care about what
Yeah.
I think, and I'm gonna look at me. You want other people to look at you. Now, obviously, if it gets crazy, there should be no groping, touching, anything like that. That's excessive. And no, I don't feel that you wearing said or women wearing said clothes like that is welcoming predators and stuff like that. No. But
I want to touch
Knock
the
it back for look.
hiney.
right. Right.
Like, nah, man, you I don't know if you're putting it on display. No, I don't know.
Don't be
It's
offended
like this
for
weird thing.
looking.
Like clearly she did this on purpose, but like if she sees me looking, she's gonna go, "You're a pig." It's like, well,
Yeah, and you
what
wore
if
that
I
out.
walked up to you like this? My jugs hanging out.
You know, well, our one kid, you know how he takes his
Oh my
shirt
god,
like
I know.
that, right? How can you okay? How do you not look at that? Like if he's walking past you, you'd be like, what? Like you can't help but stare at it. I mean,
Well, that's completely derailed. But all All right, I wanted to shift gears into this, so this will kind of tie in, and I just have a short clip from Steven Crowder, and I think he succinctly puts the I can't remember if he has the clip in this, so forgive me if he do not do, but if he do, then we'll do the do.
The interviewer for Gentleman's Quarterly had to keep pushing because even though she thinks that it's better if celebrities can sort of stay out of politics, she really, really, really wanted to drag Sweeney into politics.
Is there something that you want to say about the ad itself? The Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Do you have?
The ad spoke for itself.
You think the ad spoke for itself? Okay, and the criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when
Thanks for the
I
opportunity.
Yeah, right.
have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Yeah. Stop being a nosy bitch.
Me, he's not wrong. Perfect advertisement. Thanks, Crowder.
Right?
But you see the loaded question, because these questions aren't in good faith. They're loaded questions. You know, when did you stop beating your wife? It's that type of question. And let's be real. I'm not getting my politics from Sydney Sweeney. I just want to see your big jugs jumping around in a movie. That's it. That's your eye candy. People want to look at beautiful people on screen. This is why all you broads love Jason Momoa, because you've seen this hunky dude. You see him, yeah. All you chicks were like that. You looked at him and went, "Wow, oh my, oh." But if a guy does it, yeah. I'm sure some guys did. See, like women look at those guys as like, oh, I want to have him do terrible. In fact, a lot of women, this is how messed up you people are. You fantasize about getting raped. That's how
Why are you
messed up
talking
you
about my
people.
fantasies on live? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
It is crazy.
R-worded. Yeah.
The books that are available or that are geared towards women, they're all like, remember that E. Jean Carroll, her whole thing was about getting gang raped by werewolves. That was her whole like
R-worded.
thing.
Stop saying the R word. But
Graped.
yes.
She likes to get graped of wrath.
Grape. Thank you. Love the grapes. But but that's the thing. Like there's a different, like even what was it? Oh my god, that book that was like huge that they put into
Oh,
a
the
movie.
50 Shades of Grey.
Thank you.
You know that book was
There-
a fan fiction of Twilight.
No, I did not know that. But there's one thing with
She's
like
Terrible writer.
a woman liking or wanting to be more dominated, like that loss of power and kind of whatever. But yeah, the graping thing, that's a little much.
I don't know what women are all about.
Yeah.
That's what-
Well,
So
can I say? I have
so you
daddy
seem like
issues.
the shaming that this person, should white people really be talking about genes as superior, their superiority? It's like,
No, I was talking about jeans that you pull on your legs and pull up your ass and zip up. She
For the
wasn't
hip.
talking like, come on. It was a play on words.
well, exactly. And you think, and let's the right. You think when, Budweiser did the whole like Dylan Mulvaney thing, that they aren't doing the same thing? Because remember, after that whole backlash, they went with like, who's a comedian that everyone likes? It's like, well, it's Shane Gillis. You think they don't do that same thing? Like I get ads for like this thing's for men that like killing animals and I don't know, doing manly stuff. Like this stuff's bullshit. Like it's that type of thing. So you think companies aren't just playing that? Like if they suddenly switch their tune, if you suddenly realize companies aren't doing the whole gay pride flag inclusive progress thing, you're probably being pandered to.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. There was a time when brands targeted a specific audience. You know, Budweiser used to have the Budweiser girls. You know, it was just hot chicks doing hot chick stuff in bikinis, and guys are like, ugh, me like,
Right? Whatever happened to the good old bikini contest?
yeah.
Now the bikini contest got sausages in between their legs. I mean,
Did you see? Oh, what the hell country was it? It was like a dude won like Miss America or some
100%.
Miss Universe pageant or something. And this person is fugly.
was it
Straight up.
trans?
Of course.
That's why it won.
Actually, Nokian, did you see, speaking of beer commercials, did you see the new one that they made? Which was like liberal copium on steroids. They remade the Molson, was it Molson? I am Canadian.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So you remember my name's I'll find it. Here we go. Here. So this was done in response to the 51st state, because this is how weak Canada is. We have to destroy our own Canadian nationality to stick it to the so-called Americans. We destroy our national anthem. This was a historic commercial. People look at this and like that was actual national pride. And then it was like this. I'll just play the bloody thing.
Hey, I know it's
Hi.
in our nature to cut a guy some slack, give him the benefit of the doubt, like maybe he was confused or just joking or just maybe really needed a double-double. But this isn't that guy. These aren't those people, and those are not the Rockies. They make a lot of mistakes. They mistake our modesty for meekness, our kindness for consent, our nation for another star on their flag, and our love of a hot, cheesy poutine with their love of a hot, cheesy Putin. They think they can bully us, threaten us, and push
Fuck
us
is this
around.
cringe.
But they do not know us. That artificially drawn line they keep talking about, not artificial, and it's not on a map. It's right here. This is the land that Terry ran, the land that Gord sang about. This is the birthplace of peanut butter and ketchup chips and yoga pants. It is the land of universal health care and the bench clearing for all, of innovation and optimism and getting her done. This is the land of the peacekeeper and the Shawinigan handshake. Are we perfect? No,
That's very funny.
but
That is
we
funny, though.
are not the 51st anything. We are the first to unite in a crisis, the first to build bridges, not walls, and the first to stand on guard for thee. My name is Jeff, and we are Canadian.
Gay!
Thank you.
Oh God, why is Matt?
That
Rife
was
so like
horrible. Could they never? What is this? Shut up, bitch. Sorry, that was funny. That clearly was clickbait, though.
When Matt
Why?
Rife completely shuts down woke people.
Yeah, that's a clickbait photo, though.
Of course,
I've watched it. It's funny, but I mean, why is our comment thing not populating the
It is.
YouTube right now? No, it's not. Not on
Oh.
time. Like it's
I don't-
way off.
I
Sorry.
don't know. I don't know. I noticed that it like it does weird crap. You know,
Right,
but
it really
so
does.
so you seen that everything. It was bastardizing.
Yeah. Well, and they couldn't have picked a better guy. Like I think Ryan Reynolds would have been a better option, just saying, for one. But that guy, like the hair, look like such a nerd. And he didn't have that, like, even though he's trying to like yell and whatever, he didn't sound like he had that conviction or that passion in his voice. It sounded ridiculous. That was just horrible.
Well,
that was bad.
So here's the original ad that played 15 years ago. In 2001, so actually more than almost 20 years ago. Oh my god, I feel old. Ugh. All right.
That was better.
And go.
Hey, I'm not a lumberjack or a fur trader, and I don't live in an igloo or eat blubber or own a dog sled. And I don't know Jimmy, Sally, or Susie from Canada, although I'm certain they're really, really nice. I have a prime minister, not a president. I speak English and French, not American, and I pronounce it about, not about. I can proudly sew my country's flag on my backpack. I believe in peacekeeping, not policing. Diversity, not assimilation. And that the beaver is a truly proud and noble animal. A toque is a hat. A Chesterfield is a coach. And it is pronounced said, not Z. Canada is the second largest landmass, the first nation of hockey, and the best part of North America. My name is Joe, and I am Canadian. Thank you.
Better. At least he had the conviction. He might have looked a little
Yeah.
nerdy, but he had a better look to him, for one. And two, at least he had that passion.
He had a little passion, but I do notice that we have such like this little dog inferiority. It's just such a weird position that like that was done in jest. That was we looked at Americans as our brothers and sisters, we always ribbed each other and all that stuff. Yeah, don't worry. I don't know. Just Kilkenny, do they don't sponsor us? I wish I would. If Kilkenny, if Guinness like sponsored us, oh my god, I would die. I would literally die from liver failure.
He would die from that, and I would die if Screwball sponsored us.
Don't give free advertising.
You showed. I can show mine.
You show me,
yours,
yeah.
I'll show mine.
Yeah. But it's just, especially with, like, I'm trying to think in 2001, that was obviously, the whole war on terror kind of happened. And, 9/11 was kind of fresh in our minds. And it was more of a, hey, we're here to help our American brothers and sisters. This one, it was because Donald Trump was trolling Justin Trudeau.
Right?
But again, like I said, we had to destroy Canada. We had to denigrate our own country. And instead of just like, I don't know. It's like you'd have to like tear down your own house just to show like how strong you are.
Right.
Like putting a hole in a wall. It's like, look at I really showed you guys. It's like, well, no, I don't know. You just ventilated your own house, so you kind of look dumb.
Yeah.
And that's what we did. We actually denigrated Canada's own national identity to stick it to Orange Man bad.
Which is so funny because the thing is, like, okay, for one, I'm sure it was initially said as a lark. Two, I'm sure in his head he's sitting there thinking, no, this would be a good thing. Puts it out there, because then if the prime minister was like, you know what, this sounds like a good idea, perfect, let's form together, and it would happen. But if he actually wanted to take over Canada, he would have done it already.
Well,
Like, it wouldn't be that hard.
And I think what's really important is, like, you've seen when Carney got into office, what did he do? He had the king come. Trying to foment this old nostalgic Canada. That's what he was trying to do. That's what this ad was about. It's harken back to another age. That's what they were doing. I don't know what jazz is. I'm pretty sure jazz is for people who like to get their taint waxed or something.
I'm a scat man. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
You know that guy did that because he actually had a really bad stutter?
Yes. I did know that. Our child told me that.
Oh, did he?
And then he got that song in my head for days. Yes.
I don't see when I hear that, like the internet has ruined me. So when I hear it, I'm the scat man, I just
No.
Did they teach you that one in school, Jimmy? To be the scat man.
I got some jazz for you. You got some jazz fingers? Show me them spirit fingers.
So I want to shift into this. Just a little tiddlywink, a boot.
About it.
So this is from CTV News. I guess you should probably say your spiel. Say your spiel.
Oh, yeah. God, finally it's my turn. Ugh. All right. You're in.
I'm not fat. I'm big boned.
I hate you. Good choke. Karma.
Choke on it, you whore. So this is a live show every Monday, Wednesday at 8 o'clock Central Time.
And on Saturdays at 1 p.m. Central Time. Don't forget to share, subscribe, all that fun jazz.
And don't forget to hit the like button. Share the show with your friends. Share it with your enemies. I appreciate every single one of you over. I see all you guys over on X and YouTube. Thank you guys very, very much. And I see you guys over on Rumble, of course. Now you can speak. Child, you can speak. I'm not fat, I'm big boned.
Please, sir, I want some more.
You know what really grinds my gears? You, America. Fuck.
You, Tyler. You. Asshole.
All right. So we'll shift into this. So Pierre Poilievre says no reflection on his leadership style following the floor crossing and resignation in his first media availability. What a weird way to say that. Since two MPs announced they're leaving his caucus, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says he plans to continue leading the party as he has been. I wish he would go more, but you know, that is where we are. When asked by a reporter to respond to comments by former Conservative MP Chris Dutremont, who last Tuesday announced he was crossing the floor, I still think there should be a by-election. You don't get elected by people and then decide to just change. You don't get to just leave.
Agreed.
And blamed Poilievre's leadership style for his decision. Poilievre quoted previous remarks made by the defective MP in the House. First of all, I just quote Mr. Dutremont, Poilievre said in response to the question about his leadership style. Before reading Dutremont's previous criticisms of the Liberal government, including out-of-control spending and massive deficits. Dude, what a kick in the balls. Like, this is the guy you Liberals decided to include, was the person who said your policies were out of control. We're out of control. Based. I'm very saddened for the Nova Scotia families to whom Prime Minister Mark Carney and Mr. Dutremont are raising the price of groceries and homes. But that will not change our resolve to continue to fight for affordable Canada, affordable budgets, and affordable future. Ugh. He's on the affordable train now. God damn it, he's such a fucking letdown.
Well,
Oh, it is funny that
do
he
you not
like,
want
got
things
him in the.
affordable? I don't understand.
I want someone who listens to their base, someone who isn't just liberal light. And this is coming from a liberal. That's what I want.
Ew. You're liberal. That's gross.
2 days after Dutremont crossed the floor, Conservative MP Matt Journeau, I don't give a shit, you traitor, announced he would be stepping down as MP, with Polyev later saying the resignation won't come in effect until next spring. I don't care. Resignation from Parliament came one day after he shut down speculation that he may also be considering crossing the floor to the Libs. T sources told CTV News that I don't care had conversations with senior staffers from Carney's office as recently as last Wednesday morning. Following that meeting, the impression among all those involved was that douchebag would be crossing the floor. Sorry, I mean, I don't care. Dutremont is a egotistical, narcissistic crybaby man-child and shouldn't be anywhere near the levers of power. He felt that he was actually owed speakership. That's who that guy is. This Chris, whatever, don't care. Massive crybaby. I should have had the leadership position or a speakership position. And because he didn't get it, that's why he crossed. So he has no allegiance to, he has no policies. He has no morals. He has no ethics. The guy's a loser and will, just as with the liberals, abuse power, lie, cheat, steal. He lied to his constituents. He cheated them out of representation. Guy's a scumbag. Scumbag. And he throws a temper tantrum because he didn't get the speakership position. So you know what? Good riddance. You should have to defend your position in a by-election. That's what you should have to do. Because you lied to your constituent. What?
Do you know what he is?
Gay?
Mr. Hanky?
What a piece of shit. How's that working out for you? I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. I don't know what you're... I literally can't hear you.
Okay, well, you can't hear me because I was muted. But how did you not see or hear that?
I didn't hear anything. I just seen that like a clip was pulled up, but that was it.
The what a piece of shit.
Oh. Well then. Hopefully that actually came through because I didn't see anything.
Sounds like a you problem. I hope it went through too. Awkward.
Oh, if one leaves a party, then they should not have one to go to. I think it could
Am I right? Sorry.
The only issue I see with someone being forced into being an independent, they could hold an exorbitant amount of power. I think that would be an issue because then they would just, have, I don't know, one or two independents. I think if you were elected under a party banner and you decide that, hey, I'm going to leave because you were given pretense that you were part of this party, you agreed with these policies, and you were willing to, clearly showed that information or showed that willingness to side with that party. And then when you have your little temper tantrum hissy fit, you switch sides. The same guy. This guy can't be trusted. He's a liar. How can you vote on a policy that you think is terrible and, as Pierre even quoted him, out of control spending and massive deficits, to suddenly then vote in support of it 3 days later? What changed, my friend? Is it just party politics? You'll play party politics with the liberals, but you couldn't with your conservative counterpart who funded your election? At the very least, you should have to pay back all the money that was used to, secure your victory.
Yeah. 100%.
That's what I think. I think he should have to defend his by-election on his own dime now. Not party not party resources, or pay them back. I wish Pierre, like, okay, could you guys imagine this? Imagine if Pierre said, you know what? Canada has some of the wealthiest resources in the world. We have the resources the world wants over. People come here. Germany came to us last year or 2 years ago, begging for oil, begging for power.
Really?
Yes. But imagine if he said this. The Liberals turned them away, fueling the Russian war machine that is now devastating Ukraine. Even though I don't agree with it, that sounds a lot better than nothing. Canada has some of the richest deposits of rare earth minerals that we should be exporting. We should be developing that technology here. If I'm elected, Canada could easily, we could be operating at profits. And in fact, every Canadian would be getting a subsidy because of the amount of money that we were getting. That food program that you care so much about, it would actually be funded by those mining companies. So your taxes, in fact, your taxes would get reduced. Your income tax would get reduced to zero. Imagine if you said that. You wouldn't have to worry about income tax because Canada would be making so much money. We would get our young people back to work, working in those mines,
That'd be nice
supplying
if
the
it actually
world.
worked.
Yeah, 100%, Todd. How do the Liberals beat the Conservatives to talk about nuclear? Conserve is literally in their name. But the Conservatives can't. How do the Liberals beat the Conservatives to nuclear frickin' power?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Now, the issue is with them, the only reason they want to use these nuclear plants for data mining. So they have data centers. That's the reason. The expectation is with AI requiring so much power, they need nuclear power. But imagine, yeah, see, Nokian, 100%. Imagine all the jobs for the young people. Imagine
Again, if the young people would actually work.
I think they would. If you've seen that you were making, $10,000, $15,000 a month to go work in a mine for a month, poof. Are you kidding me?
I'm not gonna lie, me personally, I don't think I could do it. Like working.
Well,
in a
yeah, 'cause you're a
mine, that
pussy.
horrifies. Yes, that actually horrifies me. Being underground, but the people who can do it, I give them props for it. Even the ones that work on the freaking oil rigs and stuff like that. Like the amount of money that you can make is insane because of how dangerous it is. But
So
give props to anybody who could.
There were guys that I used to do training for that worked on oil rigs. They would get paid, I think it was weekly. What they would do, they were making so much money. So they would do like they do their 1 week or 2 week stint. I can't remember what it was. It was either bi-weekly or weekly. Let's just say it was bi-weekly even. They would get their paycheck. They would fly down to Vegas, party all weekend, and then Monday morning be back on the rig. They did that for months on end. For months. And you could clearly see these people are making money hand over fist. Guys pulling hoses were making a significant amount of money. So there's definitely money to be made, but every Liberal goes, ew, you're going to be a rig jockey? Gross. Oh, you're going to be you're going to go work in the oil fields? Ew. I'm too good for that. But I'm going to sit here and write up listicles about how Brad Pitt's junk looks in different sets of clothing. If you think I'm joking, go look it up.
It's funny because like people snub their nose to people who do stuff like that, but yet you see people who work those jobs that literally have all the freaking toys. They've got quads, they got Sea-Doos, they got Ski-Doos, they got boats, they got this, they got like they literally work hard and they play hard. And I don't they can travel, they have nice homes. Like it just come on.
You ever see this?
Jack! Oh, be nice! Oh, my son doesn't stand a chance. The whole world's gone gay. Oh my god.
Oh, I remember this.
Play hard.
Woo. Yeah. Oh my god. When did they predict that? Because wow, they were on it.
Right?
Whole world has gone gay.
Yeah. So imagine if Pierre actually was willing to share that vision. Hey, we actually believe in science. What the liberal government did, and in fact, even people in my own conservative caucus, what they did during COVID was abhorrent, was disgusting. We've imported how many millions of people? 10 million people in what, let's say 10 years? And our government actually shut them out. Imagine if he actually said that. Imagine if he said, we will stop this. We will actually, how about repeal? Was it Bill C4 that actually imprisoned parents for trying to get medical help if their child had gender dysphoria? Imagine that.
Can you check the cord on your mic? I don't know. You were kind of going staticky-ish there for a second.
Was I?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's my DAW. I wonder if my DAW.
Your what?
My DAW.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'll just smile and nod. Oh, now you froze. That's cute. You like froze in a
Meow?
dirty look face. That's lovely. Stop giving me that look. Oh, hello. It's just me, guys. Everyone's had a great day so far. And now is a good opportunity to tell you again that we are live and feed the plant.
Feed me Seymour. Feed me all night long.
All night long.
What was the other thing? All right. So you wanted to kind of touch on
Yes, but before that. So do you remember the conversation we were having the other day about that trans individual at Gold Gym? How the singer ended up having like a discourse with him and ended up getting banned from the gym.
Right.
Her membership revoked, whatever. So did you know this is cute? So
Oh
this
no.
trans individual
Is a gay man.
This trans person accused of exposing himself in a women's locker room was convicted of brutally beating his ex-wife before taking her name.
Wait, where's Jesse Lee Peterson?
Beta!
What? I don't know what that even means. So the transgender person caught in the viral Los Angeles gym bathroom had been convicted of assaulting his now ex-wife while living in Ohio as a man before taking his victim's name as their own. Alexis Black ran a full of women in the gym of Beverly Hills, including singer-songwriter Tish Hyman, blah, blah, blah. Black, formerly Grant Freeman, pleaded guilty in 2022 for savagely beating his wife, Alexis Freeman, causing a compound fractured jaw, among other serious injuries. Kyle Grant Freeman caused serious physical harm to the victim. The victim suffered a compound fractured mandible, which resulted in her needing surgery. This guy's a
I'm not-
piece of shit.
I'm not surprised. I'm not.
Of course, it's another freaking this that decides to, oh, look at me, I'm trans, I'm going to identify as trans. What? So you can beat up women? So then when you beat up a woman, you're not going to get convicted because they'll just be like, oh, it's just a woman beating up another woman. I don't think so.
No. You remember what he was saying when Tish confronted him? He said women like seeing a big hog, or however he wanted to describe it. If he was actually trans, this is one thing we've talked about before. Trans people actually feel like actual trans people, not this. This is why we just don't legislate from I feel. We didn't set up women-only divisions is because one day a man might wear a dress. It wasn't because of that. It was because of, we talked about that love person who was a man up until they were convicted, and then they went, oh, I'm trans, by the way, where they went and sexually assaulted women in prison. It's not because a guy just suddenly felt like I wanted to wear a dress. But you've seen, what did he do in that? I'll clarify this. Trans people feel an immense amount of shame if they actually have gender dysphoria. Just like general body dysmorphia, people look at these things and they feel ashamed. They actually try to cover up and hide it. That's what they try to do. So this guy's sitting there talking about how big his dick is, and women like to see it.
Yeah.
So, and this was always the concern. Guys are always saying, hey, ladies, hey, you feminists, hey, you raging lunatics, this is a terrible idea because men can beat the brakes off of you without even breaking a sweat. I could choke you to death. I could one punch and you'd be helpless.
Freaking me out a little bit, but facts.
This is how. This is 100% true. And you've seen how many times maybe I won't find the video, but there's videos of where chicks like try to pick fights with guys, and the guy just stands there, she punches, slaps him and whatever else, does nothing until he finally responds, and it's like one punch and she's out. She gets sent halfway across the room and gets put on her ass. It's like, why would you invite this? This is the thing with the feminist thing we've talked about many, many times. It's Schrodinger's feminism. I'm a badass bitch and I don't need no man, but also men are oppressive and they control society and all this stuff. So I don't know. I see a lot of women that they talk about, like men make up the majority of sex assault perpetrators, the vast majority. But we're gonna allow the fox in the hen house, and then when the fox does the fox thing,
right?
Oh, who could have seen that coming? It's because women. I think because in society we've rounded all the edges. We've nerfed every single corner. You don't have to worry about bears coming into your town and mauling your children to death. You don't have to worry about mountain lions coming in and killing your dogs. You don't have to worry about, the wild beasts that go bump in the night coming in and killing you. We've tamed society. We've tamed the land. So women now go, well, there's no monsters, therefore I'm equal. Therefore, I'm just as capable of defending myself from a man than anyone else. Until this guy gets another opportunity to do what he clearly did to his ex-wife, and they'll go, men are violent perpetrators. They're monsters. Look at them. They shouldn't be allowed in polite society. But then guys are going, stop having this. Stop allowing this. Are you women this fucking stupid? Are you this stupid? The people that hate you shouldn't allow that. This is a bad idea. But you know what? For me, ladies, this is what you asked for. So if you want to get assaulted, clearly you're asking for it at some point when someone's saying, hey, no, you shouldn't do this. And you go, I know better. Like, well, I think that's a really bad idea.
And that's the thing. Like, it's just, I have,
because I'm right. Because I'm right.
No, shut up. I have feelings for people who actually do suffer from gender dysphoria, and I feel really bad for them. However, I'm also not naive to know that there is a massive sickness in the world of pedophiles or pervs or whatever it may be, people who just like to beat on women, prey on women and children. And I'm not stupid enough to be like, yes, let's open up the bathroom or this or that. Like, I'm sorry, man, want to be a girl, you do you, boo, but there should be a separate bathroom for you going to the guy's bathroom. I'm sorry, but that is just the way that it is. If I was like, honestly, if I was trans and I was a trans male, I wouldn't be going into the men's bathroom. I would want either a trans bathroom or I'll go into the female bathroom. And I'll be like, listen, guys, I'm a girl. I swear to God. But then, I don't know. Like, it's not cool.
I'm trying to find that article.
Predatorial Pandora's box. Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. No, 100%, Todd. 100% agree. They've opened up that women are just as capable as men. And now when these start happening, they're going, men are terrible monsters. But, men are terrible monsters and they assault women. Also, let's open up women-only spaces to those same predators. You think, there was always the whole thing of like, priests, love doing stuff to little kids. There's the whole thing with the Boy Scouts and that type of stuff going on there, that children are being assaulted and stuff like that. You think predators don't go where their prey is? What is the big one now?
Oh,
schools.
100% they do. Teachers.
Yeah.
Sorry, priests. And anything that has to do with
in a position of
literally what they're going to do.
In a position of trust, where normally a parent would give, like, they give a little bit of leniency, but now parents are going, I don't want my children anywhere around these freaks. As we talked about, we showed last time, a teacher gave an assignment to a bunch of kids about describing their sexual desires or their sexual fantasies in detail.
So gross.
You think predators aren't going to go and do this type of stuff? And when guys are going, hey, that's terrible, 100% homeschool your kids if you can. Or at least find a community, that you can. I know there's a lot of co-ops and stuff that are coming, they're becoming very prominent. And COVID was a big, really spurred that on. Because people finally got to see. People finally got to see what was being taught in schools. And notice during COVID, that's when all of that came out. People went, what is your teacher talking about? And then teacher said, you can't have anyone that can hear us. They started putting in these weird stipulations. I can't indoctrinate your kids if your parents hear what we're talking about. Tell me about your weird little kinks and all that other stuff. Like this is what these teachers have done. Is it Channel? No, what the hell's her name? She's been really good at documenting this.
Well, the thing is, like, if that is something that you financially can do,
this lady,
homeschool your kids, do it. 100% do it.
Not that lady.
That's not a lady. That's a man, baby. I gotta put
Her
that on the soundboard.
Channel Fall. she's done quite a bit to expose a lot of this. She's done a lot of that within Canada. So, you know, this is where we see a lot of this stuff going. You're seeing a lot of people are saying, "Nah, I'm done with this. I don't want to see this stuff anymore." So, yeah. All right, let's
Okay, let's shift gears into the ostriches. Firstly, though,
yeah, she's a cool chick. I like I don't know how to say her name. I assume it's like Channel.
looks like Channel.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Which one's got the? Maybe it's Chanel.
Is it Chanel?
It might be Chanel, actually.
Okay.
I think Channel has 2 N's in it.
Well, yes, it does, but
Then that's Chanel.
Okay. Well then.
Sir, I want some more.
Okay, so with this whole ostrichy thing, there's been a lot of backlash on our social media, and I mean it's been rampant ever since it happened. So we've been kind of called you know, we're pro genocide, and you know, we have no empathy for animals, and people, you know, if something happens to us, people aren't going to care. Like, it's just people are going crazy because we had made a statement stating, you know, that we think that what they did was proper after talking with people who knew a lot more than we did. So
With regards to the ostrich culling.
yeah. So I talked briefly about my sister who works in the hog industry and the types of not security, the types of
Biosecurity.
Yeah, I guess biosecurity that they have even going into the hog farms. And when she was in Asia, the kind of biosecurity that they had there. Like, you literally have to go through a quarantine period. The clothes that you wear there, you leave there. Like, you can't take out. Like, it's just, and when you're on shift, you're there for 3 weeks at a time. And then you get to go home for a few days and come back again. Like, it's, everything is very shut down because of the risks of outside diseases potentially having to kill off your entire herd. I don't know if you call pigs herds, but we'll go with it. So I had talked to her in regards to the whole ostrich thing that was going on and asking her a little bit more information. So some of the comments that we had, I actually forgot to write down this person's name here.
Whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So one person had commented to us that they did screening for refined anthrax and bioweapons after 9/11 in 2001. If the site infected by the CFIA claims that they did everything wrong, including letting people and their vehicles leave the site without proper cleaning and testing. So when talking with her, she agreed the biosecurity there was shit. Yes, destroying the birds and cleaning the area will help. Like, not doing it is not going to help anything. So, and the thing is, they had, as you had discussed in our last episode, they had, you know, the sheets down. They had this crazy chemical that like kills everything off. So they did go through and cleanse the whole area. Via Fry had a comment where he had said that he can enlighten anyone who thinks that it's reasonable or rational to slaughter 300 healthy animals in the manner that would be the most contagion spreading manner imaginable, that they were, if they were in fact infected. So she had said that they were all contained and covered. It won't make them any more or less contagious. that they had done, when I was talking with her, I had asked her, I said, well, they did the testing like 10 months ago. They haven't done anything recently. So it is proven that the herd could have had herd immunity. But with that, that doesn't stop it from them being able to transmit it.
Well, so this is what she said. So she proved it was there, and it was the most contagious strain out there, and the most likely transferred to humans. So it could jump to humans potentially. It could mutate and jump to people. If transferred to people, it would be really bad. And the mice they did on a lesser strain had 100% mortality rate in 4 to 5 days. You can develop herd immunity, but because they weren't kept secluded from other animals and birds, that is what posed the threat. And the testing wouldn't address the unknown risk of reinfection or the risk associated with a contaminated environment. The CFIA refused to comply with they refused to comply with the quarantine rules and with the virus. And unless in controlled area when no other birds can get to them, they were in an open area. Birds can get to them and can still shed the virus to other birds.
Yeah. So with that, so they don't know about the reinfection. So they could end up getting herd immunity, but who knows how long that herd immunity is actually good for. It could be good for a couple months. It could be good for a couple of years, but they don't know what the reinfection rate could potentially be. And as said there, yes, that this ostrich farm refused to comply with the CFIA with the quarantine rules, which is why they decided to go in. Like, they were given certain rules that they had to comply by.
They had 20 rules that they had to comply with. And again, the fact that I criticize this, people are just like, oh, how's that mean? Like, I like pancakes, and so someone responds, so you hate waffles? It's like, no, that's a completely different discussion. It's a completely different discussion. Just saying, hey, this is actually what's happening. What was stuff done wrong? Okay, sure. I'm not arguing that. That's just what I find absolutely ridiculous with people, and trying to have like a nuanced discussion on X when it's just like a big like echo chamber cope fucking session. It's just like, it's not even worth the time to try and respond, because people aren't looking to have their opinions changed. They're looking to have their opinions affirmed.
Well, 100%. And like at one point, it was even mentioned that we had talked to somebody who is in this kind of area in the farming, agriculture, whatever. And it was like, well, you were misinformed. No, sorry, sweetie. Clearly you were, for one. So she had stated that it was like, if the birds were in a controlled area. So, okay, if they did get herd immunity, if they were in a controlled area, it
think like chickens in a roost, or in a pen or whatever, in an enclosed space.
Has to be enclosed. But where they're in this big farm. There are wild birds who are coming in.
Yeah, in a
so
barn.
Even if the herd has herd immunity, they can still shed the disease onto other animals, and they were refusing to do what they were supposed to do. They were not complying. So, and somebody, Kimber Wren, she had made a comment that even if there had to be culling, and I'm not giving you that, did it have to be done in a way that it was done? The most amount of horror and suffering, it didn't. What I'm trying to understand is why some of you apathetic at best to animal abuse. So I had posed that to her. She said, yes, the animals would have been scared. And that breaks my heart too. So yes, the animals would have been scared and sad, but she also said that they do not have the same mentality as we do. So she doesn't even believe that if these animals are there, they're hearing noises going off, and they're seeing their friends, their family dropping, they cannot actually understand what's happening. They just know that they're dying, and I'm in an enclosed area and I need to get out of here. Danger, I have to go. So yes, they would have been scared, and that is really sad. But they did have an expert marksman come in to do the shooting.
Marksmen's
Marksmen.
multiple.
Yeah. So with that, she said that yes, it's sad, but one shot to the head would have been a quick death and less horrific thing that they possibly could have done. It's not that they were just sitting there opening up fire, letting these animals bleed out. It was a shot to the head, which is quick, boom, fast. So yes, the animals that are there watching, they're scared, but
Yeah.
their death was fast and the most humane way humanly possible. I had also
Well,
asked her,
within
oh, go ahead.
within reason, because like I think the only other
Yes.
thing that they could have done, and Todd brought up a good point, that could they have possibly tried to tent it and just feed in CO2 and just let them go to sleep peacefully?
No, that
mean-
actually, when talking with her, she said this is the most humane way. She said gassing or like lethal injection actually would have been more painful for them. Like this was actually, there was no suffering. It was just boom,
Yeah.
done. So, and so I had also asked her if she thinks that they had made the right decision. She said, yes, 100%. Oh, when a chicken dies in a flock, the other chickens almost immediately start pecking at it. Yeah, it's so gross.
Yeah, they're little
sounds-
fucked up
Oh,
dinosaurs.
well, could you imagine? So they're yeah, if they're getting gas, it's literally everyone's going to be attacking it, and they're going at each other, and it's brutal. That's I feel like it's a lot more horrifying than just a shot to the head. They don't care if their friend died. No, they don't, unfortunately. But
And
that is how
again,
they are.
And Viva was sharing photos and making like statements about like, why were their heads cut off? Well, if you shoot them in the head, I don't know, maybe, there's some kind of like, is it deflagration? Is when like you're a part of a body blows apart? Is it? I think it's deflagration.
No, that sounds right.
Deflagration. Let's see, deflagration.
Welcome back, peepers. It's nice to see you again.
Oh, flash fire. Never mind. That is not what I thought of. But just once, just like something. Okay,
Wrong.
never mind. Yeah, completely ignore it. Yeah, so it just I think because it was emotionally charged, and I understand where the ideas and the attacks are coming from, where if the government can do this with with these people, well, what's to stop them from doing it to your dog or doing it to your pets or whatever? It's like, okay, here let me play a little devil's advocate. Could it be if that strain got let's just play this scenario out, okay? Those birds were infected with the H5N1, okay? A wild bird in roosting with them or even just stopping in this same farm for who knows how long ended up contracting that virus. Let's say it's a crow or something or a seagull or whatever. And then they go to someone's house and that bird shits on the ground. The dog going into the yard to go take a crap or a pee or whatever, sitting there sniffing around, sniffing this thing, and they potentially come infected. Like, I'm just saying as a possible scenario. Yeah. So sorry if my dog or pet has a
Go ahead.
If my dog or pet has a deadly disease that could wipe out millions of other pets, or yeah, you would have to. That would be the ethical
too.
thing.
Yeah.
Now, my only question is, why couldn't they test these birds? I understand that there's a lot of questions, and when you leave room for questions, that's where conspiracy theories run amok. It doesn't help that the guy that runs the CFIA, the director, has some shady ties to him, lock their account, refuse to address anything. Hey, 100% agree with you guys. 100% agree. Yeah, that's some weird stuff.
The testing wouldn't have made a difference because, as mentioned above, They didn't do testing, wouldn't address the unknown risks of reinfection. So if they were to test them again, they could show that they had herd immunity, but for how long? And what are the risks associated with a contaminated environment? That environment was already contaminated. So you can test the animal, but you're not going to know all these other issues that could potentially come from it. Rabid animals are put down all the time.
Yeah,
Pets
and it's
included, yes.
heartbreaking. It's trust me, like
100%.
my heart breaks. Like I, you know, I'm one of those. If given the choice of like adopting a dog or taking in a person, I'm team dog.
Yeah, testing would have cost a lot of money, but that's not the reason why they didn't do it.
Well, so and they were saying that each test would be $250,000. Like, why would it cost that much?
I don't know. That's insanity.
Like, so that
really
and like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with people that are having these, you know, these issues, but like to give that context of someone who's actually in that industry, who actually does it.
Mhm.
Like,
Well,
hey,
exactly.
hey man, if you guys have questions about like the transportation industry, dude, I'm here. That is my field of expertise. So I'm gonna sit down and shut the fuck up when someone who literally deals with that and can actually give rational information, not hyperbole and propaganda.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like everybody's feelings go. Like, I mean, they had this one video on X that they were playing. I don't, it was so gross. I can't remember who posted it, but it was literally a video where it would show the Canadian flag and an ostrich head and like blood coming down from it. And then it would show people who in Canada who voted to do this culling. And it's like, remember these faces and stuff like that. Like, it was sad. Like, I'm sorry, looking into the eyes of that cute little ostrich, it breaks my heart. It makes me so sad. But the thing is that it had to be done, unfortunately. So I had asked her too if she thinks that what they did was the right decision. And she said, yes, 100%. To which she counteracted, did these people know how many chickens and turkeys have been called due to the avian flu? In the US, over 163 million. And in Canada, 17.7 million. And that's not including in Europe. And not to mention the wild birds who have died with it, which are primarily for commercial and backyard, or which are commercial and backyard flocks. There are hundreds of millions of these birds who have unfortunately had to get culled because of this. And everybody is focused on the 300 ostriches, not everything else. Like, this thing is bad.
And they're using it as a symbol that if they could do it to farm animals and they're trying to control the food, hey man, I'm here with you. You know, do I think that the government, you know, if they could kind of control that stuff to such a degree that they could literally control your access and your ability to acquire food? Yeah, man, I get it. I get it. But I don't think you guys are garnering support out of just fomenting hysteria.
No. And
So
that's just what the frustrating thing is right away. It's, you know, well, we believe in genocide and this and that. And if something were to happen to you guys, no one's going to care. And it's kind of like, you guys, come on, like, can we think about and have a rational discussion here? This whole thing is a sucky thing. It really is. Like, I'm really sad that it had to happen. I'm also heartbroken over the hundreds of millions of turkeys and chickens that have to have gotten called, or wild birds. Like, unfortunately, this thing is something that needs to be controlled, or it can be absolutely globally devastating.
yeah, and so, you know, whatever. Like, I'm not going to keep harping on this and whatever. You know, Viva's good and all the hysterics are no, not heuristics. The hysteria that's kind of cropped up and surrounded this. Just the pleas to emotion, absent information. And it's not like I'm sitting here watching what Viva has said or anyone else. Like I'm just looking, give me the straight dope, give me the information. Once I hear appeals to emotion, my brain turns off. You're not now trying to inform me, you're trying to propagandize me. And trust me, propaganda works. It works because the media has done a fantastic job of actually destroying people's confidence. COVID, as I said, it is very easy to break people's trust. It's very hard to earn it. And during COVID, science, science generally, the trust in science, the scientific method, and that's what I said, that was actually the biggest casualty of COVID was the absolute destruction in people's faith that science would not be corrupted.
Yeah.
It's very easy to lose that trust. So now when you see people are talking about, I take silver iodine and shove it up my ass so that I don't get cancer. You know what? People are going to, no pun intended, are going to flock towards that because science was corrupted. The trust in science was corrupted. When they talk about, when they go from global cooling to global warming to just climate change, people are going, okay, and now I don't trust you because before trust the science was global cooling. Anthony Fauci during the whole AIDS epidemic was saying that you could get it from cereal. If you shared cereal,
toilet seats.
Toilet seats, even though they knew that it was only transmitted through bodily fluids, not in open air. They knew this, but they used it as hysteria to push the whole AIDS fear.
Well, and that's the thing is how do you get a mass of people to do what you want them to do? Fear.
Make
You
them
instill
be
fear
irrational.
into them. Yes. You instill fear into them. They're easier to control. End of story.
Yeah. So, and like I said, most of the time I agree with these people. I think the hysteria, and I don't know how you kind of correct that. These are the same people that are saying like, just a natural immunity. We're not talking about any type of vaccines or anything. We're like all that stuff. Science is completely debunked. Now I'm asking questions whether we actually went to the moon or if science itself is real or they're just making up stuff. Like this is what this is. I don't know if government looks at that and is like, holy shit, these people are dumb as hell. Like we get them scared and these people, like those ostriches, will just run around in hysteria without actually being aware of what's going on.
Well, I think, and that's the key thing, is exactly what you just said there. You run around in hysteria without actually know what's going on. And unfortunately, we saw a lot of that after COVID, because that's exactly what people are doing is they're running around in hysteria. They're turning on one another. And then after COVID, then it comes out that the whole 6 feet social distancing, the mask thing, hell, we were just making that shit up. We just wanted to see what people would do if they would actually listen.
Yeah.
The whole vaccine thing, they knew the risks behind it, but let's push it because you know what? They spent so much freaking money on it. They had to get rid of it. They had to administer or else it's just a waste of money, right?
Yeah. I'll see if I could find, it's funny how I wish I could find that clip that Crowder had where the head of New York Health was caught saying, while he was off having orgies, he was also telling people to, stay at home, don't go anywhere, and all that stuff.
Yes, that piece of shit. Yeah.
I'm trying to I won't look too hard for it, but it's on Steven Crowder's I'm sure if you look at like his Rumble or YouTube or whatever, that they did an undercover thing. Yeah, where the guy's like, while we were telling people to lock at home, we were at orgy parties.
Yeah.
And so this, like, that's the stuff that actually breaks people's confidence in the system. All of our systems, everything, every institution, from our justice system to our healthcare. If people lose faith in the monetary system, if people lose faith in that system now falls apart. Because now, just that's how it works. All of this stuff works by trust and fiat. That's it. If people do not trust in that system, they will turn away from it. Why do you see that there's such a rise in, as Todd said, alternative medicine, alternative types of income? People are starting to decouple from the monetary system. So this is what people end up turning to, because you lied to me. I can't trust you anymore. So I think if the government, even if a healthcare official, and you know what, the RCMP, yeah, they did a fantastic job of radicalizing people and even giving more ammunition as to why people don't trust them, why they think that they're corrupt.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Like I've seen the videos where those cops are like berating people, trying to coax them to try and get a response, because they know that the people won't. They're hoping for the response. Just like with the Freedom Convoy, they were trying to egg a response. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to egg a response.
I'm gonna set one up. But yes, but I mean, you think about that. It's even with like police interrogation. Like police interrogation, they will go hours and hours and hours and hours interrogating a person, asking the same questions over and over again. Now, I know some of the science behind asking the same questions over and over again and what it is that they're looking for. But there are a lot of people who will give a false confession just to make it stop, because they're just being bombarded and asked over and over again, that they will finally be like, yes, okay, fine, I did it. Just in order to like give them the answer that it is that they want. I would. Me too.
Yeah. So I'm not going to keep harping on this. I guess when, smart people, how does that expression go? I'll see if I could find it. I can't remember how that quote went. It's like smart people have stayed quiet so that dumb people don't get their feelings hurt. It's that kind of thing.
There's too much in this world lately that operates on people's feelings that people need to. And again, this is coming from a woman who we generally are more sympathetic, empathetic, sensitive, this and that, and operate more on feelings than we do on logic. But as a female, I can understand how there are certain things that don't pertain to your children that should be thought of more logically. You shouldn't be operating on just feelings. That's not going to get you anywhere. And honestly, I think in that aspect too, which is why females shouldn't run the world, because it's all emotional. There are days where I know I just want to like hit the button, boom.
Well, even though most of history is it was ruled by kings, anytime a queen, like per capita, typically queens went to war more than when kings did.
Yeah, because they operate more on emotion, and that's the. I'm getting distracted by this Max Frosters. Oh my god, the slush puppy, Jesus. Anyway, but and I have to agree with that, because honestly, like, as much as I think that I would make great choices if I ruled the world, I also know that I operate on emotion a huge majority of the time. I think the perfect team to run a world would be a male and a female. Have your male as your president, your female as your vice president, or whatever it may
Nah, fuck
be.
that.
But
No,
having,
women shouldn't.
no,
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 no.
they should, because some men need to learn how to be a little bit on a different side as opposed to just the logic, and vice versa.
I mean, sure, maybe. I know we've been going for about 2 hours, so I know Kim, like, she has to step away. But you know what, guys, we'll wrap it up here. You know, open invite. You know, Viva wants to come and talk about this, and I understand the deeper context that he's pushing for. I understand, but you know, I think one thing that the right embodies is the truth. Is the truth. And it's not just knee jerk. And if it's anything to do with a liberal, therefore it's evil and they're lying, then we're not actually trying to improve things. It just becomes tribal, you know, my team is better because my team, rather than actually trying to be genuine. I understand how the left operates. They'll do whatever they have to win. I understand that. But do we lose that? Or do we get better with messaging? I don't know what the absolute right answer is. But I think as long as you're moral and you have an ethical standard, at least you can fight on that rather than just abandoning any and all morality. Because then I think we're kind of no different. And you actually don't reach people. Like I've said a million times, and I'll keep saying it because it's 100% the truth. I'm a middle of the road normie. I look at the left, I look at the right, and I go, you know what? That makes sense. That logically makes sense. And I can look at the other side and go, you know what? That makes sense. Or that doesn't. That sounds like psychotic ramblings of a madman. And I could say that for the other side too. I can look at both sides. And I think that's what's actually important, is actually being objective and not just blindly leading. How many of you guys out there knew about that there was a massive bird flu that was going on during COVID? How many of you guys actually knew that? Like, I see people online because, of course, you know, everyone, you know, we're moving into flu season. So, of course, everyone's talking about get your next vaccine. And when people are saying like, hey, I can't because I got injured, and people on the left are going, oh, barely anyone got hurt. It's like, that's not the point. That's not the point. You're the same people that bitch and fucking complain when a child doesn't get to express their gender identity and you're oppressing them and they're going to commit suicide. How dare you? How dare you stop little Timmy from wearing dresses? How many? How many, if it only saves one life, do we hear coming from the left? I've talked about Eric Clapton said that my hand stopped working when I got the shot. Oh, but barely anyone got it. Yeah, but he did. Jimmy Dore talked about how he got injured. tons of people have talked about this, and you don't come across as actually intelligent. It's like, yeah, you know what? But it's for the greater good. You got sick, but it's for the greater good. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people did. I don't think a lot of people knew that there was actually a massive wave, which is why food spiked, poultry spiked as much as it did during COVID, where it was doubled. It more than doubled. So I don't. I think the best way to combat like bad information is with good information. And like I said, if we're just gonna operate in hysteria, I don't know. Like I don't know about you guys, but like when I hear someone like talk about like the WEF and the globalists and all this stuff, like my eyes glaze over. Like like I just like, yeah, okay, sure. I don't. It sounds like this like nebulous kind of boogeyman. Like I understand it, but I more try to look at like where are people at like right now? What are they care? What do people actually give a shit about? They're looking at, hey, how am I going to pay bills next month? I'm trying to give opportunity to my kids. I'm trying to find meaningful anything. And when I hear stuff like, oh, the globalists, the WEF and all this stuff, it's like, yeah, people who are just, just kind of mulling about, the default lib, they tune out. They totally tune out. Because they're just going, okay, well, if there's like this global cabal of people who have infiltrated our country and infiltrated all our institutions, so then, well, what's the point? What's the point of arguing? What's the point of fighting for a Canada that's already been sold out? What's the point? And then you go, well, Canada's still worth fighting for. It's like you just spent the past 15 fucking minutes telling me that the globalists and the WEF and all these people have taken over Canada, and look at their policies. You're going to live in the pod and eat the bugs. And then people are going, well, how do I combat it? They're like, you just, I don't know, fucking Klaus Schwab. It's Klaus Schwab. Okay. I don't know what that is. What's a Klaus Schwab? Is that like a new Q-tip brand? Like, what the fuck? I think it's actually being able to go meet your neighbors. Go to community events. Maybe actually share an opinion. Like, I don't know, man. I see a lot of this type of it just sounds like such doom and gloom. Like it's actually tiring listening to these people. It's actually tiring. Because that's what it feels like to me. Like who am I to go up against these global interests? Who the fuck am I? So am I supposed to, well, I'm really going to do something to change all of this. Ooh. A payment had asked, do you think the recent Richmond land grab will mobilize centrists? Will it mobilize centrists? I hope so. And of course, very nice to see you, Payman. Always a pleasure to see you here. I hope it does. Because people don't really, I think people don't really give a shit about like my rights and my freedoms until their freedoms are actually being taken away. I think when people realize that, hey, you got to go to your bank and sign a new mortgage agreement with the insert tribe or nation on this reserve, and yeah, you don't own it anymore. I think a lot of people will go, what do you mean I don't own it? Yeah, no, you have to sign a new lease. There was this agreement that was made with the tribes. I think that's when people will start waking up, when they have to go to the bank to re-sign a mortgage, which isn't a mortgage, it's a lease. I think that's what will end up happening. Maybe. And I think once people actually get to that point, I don't think we on the right, whatever you want to call it, I don't think that we can sit there and go, look, told you, idiot, fucking told you should have been listening to me how many months ago, how many years ago, told you. You got to kind of accept it with open arms. It's like, yeah, this is a terrible thing. What can we do? What are we going to do? Are we going to get involved? Like, brother, welcome to the fight. Welcome to the fight now. No, Kim's dealing with stuff right now, so I think that's what it'll have to be. We've seen the biggest exodus coming from the left after Charlie Kirk's assassination, where you've seen prominent individuals, people who are clearly on the left, classical liberal, and on even within the realm of I'm LGBTQ ally type of line. And they were going, like, they were looking to their left going, what the hell is that? I don't, whatever that is, that if that's what being a liberal is, that's not me. That's not me. So we got to see a massive exodus from the left. And the right has to be willing to take those people in. We can't be like Billboard Chris, where he says, there's no room for gay people in this movement. I mean, you're going to be an army of one, brother. You're going to be an army of one. This is how the left wins, is when the right starts punching to the right. That's how they win. They don't have to do anything. I'll see if I could pull it up. It's a, yeah, here we go, right here. This right here. This is how the right loses. Right here. If we start punching to the right, if we start tearing each other down, if we start just letting the, as the left calls it, the diversity of tactics reign free, I think the right, whatever. I know I'm a liberal. I'll say it a million times. Trust me. This is how this stuff falls apart. I like that we can have opposing views. Love that. I'd much rather talk with someone that I disagree with rather than having a circle jerk, silo sesh where we talk about how, how thing is the same thing. Where we just whip each other up into a hysteria. And I think because we do, the right has so many different voices, actually has actual diversity of voice, that we're able to, we can step on each other's toes. But I think ultimately what it ends up coming to is we have to be fighting for the same thing. Hey, Payment, did you want to come up? I could send you a link if you want. So Payman said, so the infighting on the right is insane. Look at the attacks on the Coots 4. Yeah, instead of focusing on the state. Yeah. Yeah. Remember how the RCMP sabotaged farm equipment that had nothing to do with the Coots blockade? Remember that? The RCMP sabotaged equipment and they laughed about it. Destroyed hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment. It's like, yeah, that was me. That's like the, like if you've ever had like that crazy chick girlfriend where she like throws your stuff on the lawn, fucking lights on fire, and she's like sitting there on the porch like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, lit your stuff on fire. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's like that. Delph, look at Delph as a drug supply rabbit hole. Oh, no, not rabbit holes. Go down the rabbit hole. Wait, what the fuck? Encrypted messages? Nah, everyone can see my DMs. I don't know why. Oh, Payme, you just sent it. How would we do this? How would we do this? I just said absolutely. Payment, I'd be more than happy to join you. I don't know if are you live right now? Yes, 100% Nokian. If we remove property rights, and that is what a lot of this is. Oh, why is this doing this? This is why when you see reservations, how they're just completely gutted, they're totally destroyed. It's because they have actually no need. There's no actual pride to be taken in. That is why property rights separated that, like actual property rights changed. How do I do this? Whatever. I guess I'm full screening it. Whatever. Enshrining property rights made kings of all of us. That's what it did. It made kings of all of us. And that's a terrifying. I remember years ago, I was actually one of the people that was delivering H1N1 kits to reserves. And they looked like absolute garbage. Like they looked like third world countries. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you decent, Payman? What's going on?
Hey, Tyler, how's it going?
Fantastic. You're in a new spot now.
Yeah, I got I have a farm in Florida, so I'm just down here for a few weeks.
Oh, you lucky bugger. Lucky
for
bugger.
a while it lasts, yeah.
Oh, how long are you down there for?
I think I've been here for 2.5 weeks now, and I don't know, I'm here a couple more weeks, I guess. I came down with the doggies, so we drove.
Oh, so a nice 4-day drive.
Yeah, I got to see all the amazing parts of the U.S., and it's when you drive through the U.S., you feel more, you understand more how much communist Canada is. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. Like you go through some small town, and they have like industry. I don't know. They got lumber, manufacturing, coal, You go
Mhm.
through a hardware store, and it's fully stacked. There's commerce. There's things moving. In Canada, it's like the Soviet Union, and I used to work in a post-Soviet republic. There's this scarcity in Canada.
Yeah, I noticed especially during COVID. So when with me trucking, it was actually, so you'd have to go down, and we had to have our, like, I think I still have my health card from the CDC when I had to go down there during COVID. It was actually free. Like the border guards, they're like, yeah, we don't really give a shit about COVID. Like, we really don't care.
No,
You
they
know?
absolutely don't. I remember I was crossing the border, and I with my 2 dogs, and I was like, "Sir, I have all the vaccination records for the dogs." He's like, "I don't care about any of that. I just want to make sure that you're going to leave the country."
That's I have you, like, I haven't crossed the border since basically the end of 2023. And I never had any issues with, like, border guards. Never. In fact, I was crossing at Pembina, so from like Manitoba into North Dakota, and I sat there with the border guard and I talked to him for like 45 minutes. We just talked. Like, I'm literally in my semi talking to the guy. And yeah, he was telling me that, he used to patrol the southern border, and like, was it actually that bad? He's like, it's a shit show. It's being up here. It's awesome. I don't have to deal with with escapees. I don't have to deal with illegals. Like, it's like, this is awesome. But I guess, they're pretty chill when you cross, right?
Well, it depends. Like when you're crossing into the U.S., they're very professional, but they can be harsh. The only thing they're concerned about, I suppose, drugs, but that's very easy to you just look at the guy's car. What they're concerned about is that you're not going to stay in the country. You're not a risk to
Really?
their national security. So that's where the level of questioning is. And some of the agents are more friendly. Some of them are more rough. But when you're coming back, the Canadian border, the CBSA agents are just horrible. It's like they went to a local ghetto and they just got the most uneducated people, and they brought him in there and they gave him authority. And I was at the CBSA station just by the Vancouver border, and they almost threw me in jail. Like one of the guy accused me of stealing money from the Canadian government, and some lady in the back called me out. She's like, "Oh, he's clearly a liar," and I'm getting attacked from like different sides. Like it's completely
No.
unprofessional.
Was that is that the one where you cross at Surrey?
Yeah, it's not Peace Arch. It's the one next to Peace Arch. I can't remember what it's called.
I can't. Yeah, I've crossed through that port quite a few times, but yeah, it was always the U.S. side, and the guys are, I don't know, they've always been. I've had no complaints. Like, I can't think of one bad interaction I've had. It's like, cross the border. Actually, there's one time this lady. So when we cross over, yeah, Abbotsford to Blaine, Blaine, Washington. So when a semi goes through, we get X-rayed. And then if there's an irregularity, they'll send you in for second screening. And then if that detects something, that's when they start, ripping stuff apart. But when I pulled up, so I went through the first X-ray machine, and I pull up to the window, and the lady's like, how are you today, Tyler? I said, how do you know my name? She goes, we know everything.
Typical Americans, yeah. Like we drove down once. We're going to Bellingham to fly down to Vegas, and the guy's like, "All right, who's getting married? Who's the bachelor?" We're like, "How'd you know?" He's like, "I trust me, bro. I do this for a living."
And so for anyone in the audience that doesn't know, Payman was a candidate for the PPC up in Canada. So we got Canadian royalty here. So you guys better be on your best behavior.
I'm like the Prince Albert of royalty over here. I didn't get it.
Oh no. Yeah, so no, one thing I noticed every time coming back to Canada, it was a nightmare, and I very much felt that. All right, we're back behind the Iron Curtain. every single time. Oh, it was so like in the States, they didn't care about wearing a mask. Like it was actually freeing. It was actually freeing not to having to wear a stupid mask so that I could go get a coffee or something, or that I couldn't go into a restaurant to go take a piss. Like it was insane. And down there, they're like, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that there was a world-ending pandemic happening everywhere. Almost like it wasn't.
You know, I used to do Taekwondo when I was a kid, and we'd cross over to the U.S. to go do some tournaments, and it felt safer in Canada than the U.S. Like the joke was the high school vending machines, they had the metal over them because they're violent people stealing everything. So you come back and you feel safe. And now, statistically, like we have more violent and nonviolent crime per capita in Canada than the U.S. And that appeal of Canada is evaporated, and now we don't really have we don't have an argument to make that we're better than the U.S.
No, I don't think we do anymore. I really don't, and that sucks. And we see the brain drain that's going on, and it's almost like they want the smart ones to leave, so that they could just replace you with someone that's cheap and doesn't really understand our laws, our culture, our customs. And then they can go, look, we just make sweeping changes in legislation. Then they go, okay, I guess. Like that's how Canada functions. Okay. Like it's we see a lot of people are leaving. I know a lot of doctors that have left, a lot of professionals that have gone to the United States. Because Canada's just become a joke. Just become a joke.
You got to remember, I'm an Iranian, so I've done this once before. We fled Iran after the revolution, and past a certain point, nobody blames you for running away. They applaud you. They say you got out at the right time. And if you watched today, Viva Frei, he did a podcast with Alex Jones. Did you watch that?
No, I got a bit into a bit of a tiff with Viva.
Oh, did you? Okay, that's fine. Putting him aside personally, he said what they're doing is they're basically trying to get people to leave the country. Hey, Kim.
Hi, nice to see your face.
It's been a minute.
It has been a minute.
I know Payman's off changing the world with Chris and John. It's John, right? John.
JP.
Yeah, JP.
Love it.
Yeah, they're out there changing in the world over there. Oh, that's awesome to see and love it. But no, it wasn't like it wasn't like I was like me and Viva were exchanging like bad blood or whatever. It was just like a difference in opinion with regards to the ostrich farm, and I agree with him. I agree with if that's the statement that he made. 100% agree with him. I see it. I see it happening everywhere. The intellectuals are leaving, and in fact, I think it's still on our X account that I said the brain drain will continue until prosperity, or the brain drain will continue until government changes, or something like that. And we very much see it. We're contemplating the same thing, and I hate having to admit it.
Well, it's getting really bad. I shared a post. Somebody put a post there like, if you could leave Canada, would you? And the majority of the comments were yes, but they were yes in the context of, I fought for 4 years during COVID, and I go out there and there's too many liberals arguing against me. There's too many left of center people who are welcoming this. It's not just that you're fighting an outside force. It's not like the Mongols that are invading and crushing us. You're fighting your own fellow people.
Yeah.
And at some point you're like there's no way out of this.
The way I look at it, so I used to make the distinction between government and the people, and our laws are their culmination of our morality. And if that is what Canada's morality is, that's not mine. Not even close. So if that is where Canada's moral compass lies, I either have to do something to change it. And that's why I look up to people like you, like Viva, that actually said, you know what? Before, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I know Viva was saying, I have to give it my all before I I have to leave. I have to make at least that attempt to try and change the country. I have to put one last fight in. So I don't blame people that go, you know what? I fought. In fact, I willingly, I put my name out there, scrutinized, attacked, and had my character absolutely destroyed just to try and change a country that I think is going the wrong way. So I hold people like you and anyone that's willing to actually do that. I hold you guys in high regard because I'm sure it's not fun. It's not fun having every single aspect of your life just being, put under a microscope. And I don't know. I don't want to like doom pill and like, yeah, Canada's screwed, but man, that mountain that we have to climb is it's a big one. It's a big one.
It's it's worse than the way you're describing it, because it's a money issue. Like the majority of the people that vote for the status quo, they're in the urban centers, and the ones that own land, they're happy to go along with this inflationary cycle because it increases their asset values. As long as the housing market doesn't collapse, they don't see anything wrong with this. And I saw this during the election period, and it was very difficult for me to not get depressed, because you meet anybody from like 50 up until 85, 90, like the boomer generation, they have this mentality, don't rock the boat. Canada's always been a two-party system. It should stay that way. And they think that the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, as long as they wear suits and ties, they are a moral movement for positivity and good in Canada, and we shouldn't upset that with something like a People's Party, somebody like Tyler who's got a beard and swears once in a while. Like, how dare we let these people affect the change, the direction of our country?
Yeah. And
well, I think that's the thing too, is in our parents' generation, the quote unquote liberals or the NDP, depending on whatever it was that they voted for, wherever it is that they live, it has changed so much since then, and they still hold on to what it was back in the day, and they still think that is how it is still today. And it's like they can't see past that, nor I don't know, just can't understand the fact of how much it has changed and how corrupt it has gotten.
Have you seen this movie? I'm so old, I need glasses to read that. Have you seen this movie, Blast from the Past, with Christopher Walken?
Blast from the Past.
I have, but it's been a minute. It has been.
I'm hoping I don't have the name wrong, but basically, Christopher Walken, he assumes that the Soviets have attacked the country. He's created a bunker, and he moves his family underground for something like 20 years for the fallout to go away.
Yeah, with Brendan Fraser. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And turns out there was no attack. Like some airplane just happened to crash in his backyard. But like he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge that the moral of the story, that he basically robbed his family of 20 years of their life. And I feel like that's like with boomers. They refuse to acknowledge that they are the ones, and I'm not, my parents are boomers, but they refuse to acknowledge that they're the ones that caused this system, and they're handing over this turd of an economy to the youth, but they still want their pensions. And it's causing a massive conflict.
Yeah.
I had posted a poll on our X account, and it was directed to the boomer generation. If you would give up your CPP and that meant that your grandchildren would have opportunities, I can't remember how I worded it, but it was something to that effect. Would you give up your CPP if it knew that your grandchildren would have opportunities? Overwhelming majority said no. Overwhelming majority.
I think it's hard because, like, when you think about it, like, say you've worked your butt off your entire life and you just want to finally relax and rest. and then like the thought of giving that up and you having to work to the day that you die to give it to somebody else, I could understand where the hesitation would come in, because I'm sure they're tired. They've busted their butt off. So it's a really hard decision. I feel that would be just
What are you drinking there?
Kilkenny.
because his wife is awesome.
She is. Just don't tell her.
Yeah. Don't tell me. It'll get to my
Well,
head.
so one thing that I noticed after the 2008 recession, America experienced a mortgage collapse. We didn't. Canada is still riding that artificial bubble, and they can't. So Todd said the kids are waiting to get the easy inheritance too nowadays as a boost.
Yes.
Kind of a sad reality for a lot of lonely seniors. Yeah.
And I agree with that. See, it's just so sad. Like, could you imagine? Okay. Let's just say we have really selfish children who don't want to do anything, and they've been leeching off of society or whatever this entire time. And it was like, would you give up your hard-earned money that you've busted your butt off for so long to your kids who don't want to work and do anything? That kind of, like, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes you like,
well,
I don't know. I think I need a break. I don't know.
I get where they're coming from. I do. And now, because they don't have that opportunity, they're gonna turn towards the free stuff. I remember,
that's a problem.
Well,
I want to comment on something Kim said.
Yeah, go for it.
This concept of boomers. I mean, like, if you, I don't know, what do you want to call them? The super boomers, the ones that fought in World War II, they got absolutely screwed over by the boomers. So they were fiscally responsible, and they're saving up money. And then Pierre Trudeau comes in and he prints money. And he basically printed their savings out of existence. So the boomers screwed over their parents. The parents, they robbed them of their wealth. And then the boomers start racking up this debt. And I'm not blaming them, but they started this whole Canada pension thing. The whole Canada pension plan, the purpose was to get their parents, the boomers' parents, to retire so that the boomers could get into the workforce. So they disrupted everything, and then they've created this horrible system that they're now handing over to their youth, their grandchildren. But in addition to that, they cannot, to answer your question, Tyler, they cannot give that money away. They'll literally starve. The boomers are now completely incapable of surviving on their own. They're literally at the mercy of the Canada pension.
Well, we can look at it this way. Wealth typically lasts 3 generations. All the people that came back from World War II, what did they do? They built this country. They built industry. They built jobs. They built, basically they built Canada.
Yep.
Their children just had to maintain the machinery. That was it. And now their children have no idea how the machine was even built. I think that's where we are. We have no idea how any of this works. The people that have maintained the machinery went, well, do we really want to work in a factory all day? Like, look at what my parents built. Look at it. I don't want to have to go to work, but what I can do is I can make it cheaper for everyone because I want cheap shit. I want that cheaper stuff. What? We'd be good basement suite tenants, adopt a senior to help the mortgage. Pretty. That's
what do they call it? The mortgage helper.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what people are having to do. They're actually having to have their parents move in. And I'm not necessarily opposed to it. Like, I think the one reason why Canada and Canadians are getting our asses kicked so hard is because the people that we import are very community oriented. I got into quite a few spats with with the old stock Canadian kind of views of, well, they're importing all these people. It's like, well, can you really blame them? Like, they came here, they're willing to help each other, they're willing to build those communities, and we're always kind of I did this on my own. I didn't need help. I built this, but I built this building with my own fingers, with my own blood, sweat, and tears. It's like, well, no, they just went, I got like 20 of my buddies and we built this house, and then we built 40 more while you were still, toiling away on building number 1.
Well, there's this house in the Maples in Winnipeg, and it's on this street called Nahill. And when they were first building it, I literally, like, to this day, I'm like, oh, it's Prince Nahill. Because it's literally this like big house. They have like an outlook. It almost looks like a tower that's got, like, you can look out all the windows around it and stuff like that. And there's like one part here, and then there's like a walkway across. There's multiple garages. It's not one family that lives in that place. It's multiple families that live there. And that's the thing, is that they have these big homes, or even normal sized homes, but they have multiple people living in it. And a lot of people who come from Europe or other countries and stuff like that are more family oriented. We have neighbors who are from Venezuela. They have their mother living with them. Like, that is just how it is. When you went to, my sister went to the great Canadian Ecuador.
Oh, Mark
He-
Vandermaas, fantastic
With
guy.
him too. Like, he said they don't have any old folks homes because yeah.
You're not supposed to have that. Yeah, that's
because
just yeah.
they don't have old folks homes and stuff like that there.
That's something that you just shouldn't have.
Your family takes care of you.
It's difficult. Like, if you have family members that are aging, their minds fading, but you almost, it's a responsibility, and if you don't do that, then your society starts to decay. I wanted to just say something. Am I laggy?
No, Kim is.
I agree.
Oh.
That was the private chat payment. Jesus.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'll never make a good spy. I just wanted to tie what Kim said with I used to live in a house in West Vancouver that was built in the 70s in Canada. I think it was 73. It had something like 6 or 7 bedrooms, but it only had 2 bathrooms. Fast forward to today, if you have more bathrooms than you have bedrooms. Like, every bedroom has a dedicated bathroom, and we're atomizing everybody. Like, the West is committing suicide. I've seen this since I came to Canada, because I was like a third world sort of guy. We came from nothing, and I look at the West and I'm like, holy crap! Like, the family units being destroyed, and it's just gotten worse and worse.
100%. Like, she brought up our neighbors, and they came from Venezuela. An interesting story that the husband tells me is they used to get Cubans would come to Venezuela, and they'd say, what happened in Cuba is happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it happen, because look at what happened to Cuba. And now he comes to Canada and says, look at what happened in Venezuela. It's happening here. Don't let it happen here.
Yeah.
And
we have a friend that came from communist Germany. Same thing.
I can do you one even more terrifying. I know a lot of Iranians that fled Iran, the tyranny of Iran, and they came to Canada, and all of them were 100% on board with the COVID tyranny. And I'm like, how do you not see this? At least with the Canadians, you could say they've never seen tyranny. You've seen tyranny, you've lived in it, and you're still falling for the same trap. So that argument that tyranny is only 2 generations away, no, it's 0 generations away.
yeah. Well, and I think because, and actually, even to directly answer that, in speaking with some East Indian guys, that when they come to Canada, they're given like a false view that Canada can't do that. It's Canada. They can't lie. Why would they lie about this? And then I think eventually but I've seen guys that go, this is what I left this. I didn't think that I would have to fight communism in my new home. And that's terrifying. I like with that stuff, I will sit down and shut up and listen to the people that say, I know what this is. My family fled from it.
Yeah.
And
something
okay.
about Eastern Europeans, they're the ones that I found saw this more for whatever reason. The ones that live behind the Iron Curtain, they saw this coming.
100%.
Yeah,
It's funny because people who were born here, they're literally like, you'll tell them these things. Oh, well, so and so said that, like it's literally writings on the wall. This is turning, they left communist Germany and now it's becoming communist Germany here. Like there's literally signs. And they're like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I might not. But I know the person that came from there sure as shit is seeing it. And they just don't want to listen to it. They just turn the blind eye and they're just like, no, just lies. Fake news.
It's the normal bias. It can't happen here. It's Canada. It can't happen.
You know
here.
who I there are the comments. There we go. Matt Alexander, Josh Alexander's dad.
Okay.
I actually did a live stream with him, and we were talking about how like people just want to be happy in Canada. Like they want their beer, they want their hockey game, they want to have their barbecues. There you go. As long as they have those things, they can turn a blind eye to the transing of their kids, like the land declarations, COVID, and that's the problem that we have.
Yeah, and as your question asks, like, so in Manitoba, basically all of downtown Winnipeg is owned by the Métis Federation, all of it, and what they're doing. So you pay your taxes. You're a good boy or girl or zer or whatever, toaster. You pay your taxes. Your government takes that money, gives it to the Indian bands, and then they go and buy your property. You're literally funding your own communist takeover.
Well, what happened in BC, right? And it was in Surrey. No, it was not. It was, where was it in BC?
Well, Richmond, Kamloops.
Richmond is what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
There was just a big thing there that they want to take all of Kamloops.
Well, yeah, but okay, let's go to Richmond, the one that actually went through. I mean, that's the thing too. Like I was talking to a coworker of mine who's from India, and literally when that went through, she's like, this is why I would never own land in Canada, because it's literally any second they can just take it away and be like, oh, this is actually so-and-so's land. Like, and it's absolutely, hi, puppy. Sorry.
Easily distracted, I see.
I know, right?
I am. I'm really sorry. Especially when it comes to animals. Even though I'm a horrible human being. But yeah, like, and she literally has a point there, because she, like, if she were to buy land, can you imagine the people in Richmond right now who have that land? Like, well, what have I been paying taxes for? Who have I been paying taxes to? So now what? What does this mean? You're just going to come take my land and I'm SOL? I have no home, no nothing?
That's
insane.
That's what Payman had asked. And I said that when those people go to renew their mortgage, it'll say that you are not paying a mortgage. In fact, now it's a land lease that's owned by the band. You don't own it. You're signing a 99-year lease.
God, 99 years.
That's the same thing they do in China. You sign a 99-year lease. The government owns it. You're just paying them.
You know, I was talking to this gentleman. His name escapes me now, but he was the OG guy that did Canada as a Myth. Like before the it went popular, he did this. And what he said was, out east, they didn't have property, like they didn't own property. But in British Columbia, because they panicked because America was invading, they gave us property rights. So fee simple means you own your property. But what the courts have done is they've come in and they've been very clever. They said, no, we're invalidating, we're not taking away your fee simple license. We're invalidating the original transfer. So you essentially stole it. Like whoever you bought it from originally stole the land. But they've poked the hornet's nest, because now people are going to say, like, wait a minute, what does it even mean to own land? Because like you guys are talking about a 99-year lease. Well, if you can technically, fee simple is 99-year lease. If in 99 years or 150 years or whatever, the government can just come and say, sorry, but not sorry.
Mm-hmm. It was never yours to begin with. It was never yours
Yeah,
to
and
begin with.
what does that mean exactly? Like, I can't even imagine if someone were to come and be like, hey, so your home and the land that you've been paying for actually is not your land. Oops. It's
Isn't
somebody
it-
else's.
isn't it
well, I'm
messed
sorry, I
up?
bought and paid for it. I don't care who I bought and paid for it from, but I bought and paid for it. Then it's up to you, I would feel. If you sold me the land, to now you have to pay the rightful owners of the land, not me. I've already paid my stuff. Like, do you know what I mean?
Not
It's
really.
theft. It's
I think.
theft. No, I totally understand what Kim is saying. It's theft.
Thank you.
Kim buys a lollipop. I come and I punch her in the face and I take her lollipop. And
Deserved.
she's like, I want my $1.50 back. like you bought that land. That was your land. You cultivated
my
it. You
lollipop.
paid property tax. And now they're saying it's not yours. The property tax one that's another issue as well.
100% agree. Oh,
Insane.
if you really think that you own it, don't pay property tax, and you really find out who does. Yeah,
Right?
it is such a clever attack. I always hated the whole Indian Affairs Act, because it didn't give people any opportunity, didn't give them pride in their in owning something. And I always wanted, we should end that. So natives, welcome. We're all brothers and sisters here. We're all here to make Canada a better place. I didn't think that the government would actually use that to enslave us all. Clever bastards. Clever girl.
Right? Clever girl.
You dated yourself.
I know, right? Hey man, Jurassic Park was sweet. I love that movie.
It really was.
But that's it. 100%. And that's what terrifies me. Not terrifies me, but it's always okay, I like this idea that the Liberals push. Now, when does the other shoe drop? I love the idea.
Yes.
I love the idea of nuclear power. Oh man, I wish everything was nuclear. I wish we lived in like Fallout universe where everything was nuclear powered and we had floating robots and all this cool crap. But I'm
We
waiting.
have Homer Simpson that accidentally
Why?
hits that wrong button.
The Chernobyl energy drink.
Yeah, like I'm just waiting for what's the actual intent, and that's what bothers me the most.
So
Like,
here's my concern. Like my biggest, I just hate the state. I think the state is behind all of this. Behind them is the bankers, but they basically use the First Nations. They're the tip of the spear of their attack on us, and they're using them as useful idiots. And I think that's kind of their usefulness has run out. I can sense it. The people are fed up. They're blaming the First Nations, but it's really the government, the Liberal government behind it. But now someone's going to do something stupid, and the government's going to use that as an excuse to come in and say there's hate speech regulations. There's an insurrection on our hands. There's all these crazy white supremacists. And the reason I ran for the People's Party and the reason I'm still doing podcasting is we have to find some way to get out of this by containing the state.
how do we? Genuine question. How do we actually push back against this?
I can try answering that. It's not going to be easy, but I look at what's happening now in the political landscape, and this is now what my my co-hosts J.P. Berg and Chris Erickson were trying to do. We understand that they've created a left-right kind of dichotomy, left-right dialectic, where the left is completely talking about anti-vaxxers, this whole measles outbreak, American MAGA-style politics coming up. And then the right they're very crude, but they're talking about Pierre Poilievre, our savior. He's like 20 points up in the polls. And then if you go further right, they're talking about, anti-Semitism and everything.
Yeah.
And I think there's a non-voter in the middle. And if we can present some sort of leadership structure, if the PPC is listening, if you want to do this, I'm happy to take a back seat and you guys do this. But you need real leadership. You need real vision. You need to provide a vision for the country that sidesteps the banking community, the debt slavery that's been set up.
Yep.
Like it's not going to be easy, but I swear to God, we can do this in one election cycle. We need to find a coalition of the willing, not the one in Europe fighting Ukraine, but a coalition of Canadian willing people that want to use reason basically to chart a path forward
and start using some of the left tactics, because they work. People are emotional people don't have time, and this is what I was saying earlier. When I hear the WEF stuff and the globalists and all that stuff, I glaze over because I'm just a normie. Ultimately, I'm a normie. I'm not some deep politico. I can't tell you all that stuff. I don't know. I like playing video games, I like hanging out with my kids. I like talking to people and kind of getting there where they actually are. I drive a truck. I literally drive a semi. I'm as like normie as it comes. And I try to look at, where are those people? They're concerned about getting their kids, a good education. They're concerned about job opportunities, about whether the country that they're in will have those same opportunities that they had. So it's more, how do you reach those people and actually get them fired up? And that was one thing Trump was very, very good at, was what is the base talking about and getting in there, using the same tactics that the liberals use. So as Breitbart said, that politics is downstream from culture, the liberals have been very good at getting themselves ingratiated in the culture and making them the culture. And look at their messaging. Even in that terrible budget, look how inspiring it sounded. He didn't give you any of like the champagne, whatever the dude's name is. Listening to it, it was actually inspiring. This is what we've done. Look at the hard work we've done. We can't stop, and blah, 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 blah. It was inspiring. And then you hear the other side. No, this sucks. This sucks. This Canada sucks. Canada sucks. It's like, okay. I don't know. When I turn on the 10 o'clock news, like any normal person turns on the 10 o'clock news and goes, all right, well, what happened? Wow, the liberals brought this resounding speech. And then look at the conservatives. Canada sucks. Canada sucks. Canada sucks. It's like, well, those guys sound like bumps on a log. Jesus. Nothing redeeming,
How are you supposed to, I don't know, make people actually care about things if you're constantly talking about how much the country they live in sucks? Just gonna say, like, let's bring it back to, or let's talk about the things that make Canada great. And I'll bring it back to Freedom Convoy. That was the first time in a long time that I was proud to be Canadian again. We need to do more things like that, like show more Canadian pride in order to get people fired up. What they're doing to Canada right now doesn't get anybody fired up. I feel like we're doomed.
So I guess the shortest way I can share my thoughts on this is the problem I have with the Conservative Party, their goal is to form government, which it kind of makes sense, because if you want to change the trajectory of the country, you need a majority.
Mhm.
So when you make that argument, you're like, yeah, that totally makes sense. But when your goal is to form government, you have to pander to the center because that's what that forms the majority of your party. You can't pander to the far left, you can't pander to the far right, and you can't say anything that's outside of the Overton window. That's the problem with the Conservative Party. The country is in such a terrible state that you need somebody, it could be Maxime Bernier, but whoever, someone to go in and say, listen, these are the problems. The banking system has been taken over since 1973. The family unit's been broken up since 1960. Multiculturalism since the 1960s. And, and you have to try to get into one or two different ridings and get a couple of MPs in, not to form government, but to speak truth to power. That's kind of what we need right now. But the problem is when you do that, the Conservative Party freaks out. They say you're splitting the vote, and they turn around and they snuff you out. And what I've been calling the Conservative Party, I say they're a department of the Liberal Party. Their only purpose is to just crush any populist movement that springs up.
Well, and I think anyone that looks at government as the solution will always turn to government for the solution.
Unfortunately,
So
yeah.
I think actually getting in culture, and maybe it's a good thing that you didn't win, because now you can actually speak culturally. You could be such a more effective voice that, hey, I got to see the inner workings. I got to play with its insides, and it's gross. Like, politics is gross. These people are dirty. They're backstabbing, conniving little goblins. Like, I think that's so much more important. Like, okay, after COVID, everyone that was, oh my God, all the goodwill, as I was talking about, all the goodwill that was amassed in the scientific community and trust in government and institutions evaporated, gone. And what was the next thing they tried to pull? Monkeypox.
Ukraine. What was it?
Monkeypox.
Oh, yeah.
How many
I
people
saw that.
bought into that? Yeah. No one cared. They said,
Right.
no, the majority went, yeah, whatever.
Have you seen what they're doing now? Measles? They're saying there's a measles outbreak.
Oh my God, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That
No, we were
Canada has
talking about that
dropped
on
off
Monday.
that we're no longer measles eradicated.
Yeah, we're no longer a safe country for that. And then just asking that question, because they just go, well, it's the anti-vaxxers. It's like, well, is it? Is it the anti-vaxxers? Or is it maybe the country that these people don't have to get a measles vaccine in order to enter the country?
Right.
Is it maybe the 10 million people that were imported that come from measles rich? That's their only export is measles. Like, is it maybe those countries? Maybe.
How insane is that? How insane is it that coming into Canada does not require you to have a measles vaccine, and the amount of people that they're importing? Come on, guys. It has nothing to do with the anti-vaxxers. It's what the government's doing.
But that's
They're
the
literally
narrative.
importing these people that do not require these things. And these things should be required in order to go to different countries or to come into different countries. And like when I went to Cuba and I had to get the the hepatitis, I don't know, A and B. I think those are the two that are not
the AIDS ones.
sexually transmitted. Yeah. I think hepatitis C is that one, but it's hepatitis A and B. I had to get those shots before I went there. And I got sick as a dog from all three of those shots that I had to get. But you know what? That was what it was needed in order to go there. And like back when I was still baking in my mom's belly, we were originally supposed to move to Africa with my bio dad because he got a job out there. So we were going to move to Africa. My mom, my sister had to get a bunch of shots and stuff like that in order to go there. They got all the shots. Like these are normal things if you're going to different countries to have to get vaccinated for certain things that are more prominent in those countries. Like, how is something as simple as measles not something that is mandatory to have to be vaccinated
like
from
that
in order
word.
to come to Canada?
I
Which
don't
part?
like that word. I don't like
Which
the
part?
mandatory.
I think
Mandatory.
our country is Canada. It got taken over a long time ago. I had a guest on yesterday. We were talking about the banking system. So in 73, our banks we switched over from a national bank, free interest free loans, and then we started taking loans in from the private banks. And the guest he basically said our country we got hijacked at that point. But like right now, the purpose of bringing in immigrants, yes, they're trying to destroy our culture and cause division. That's like an added benefit. But the banks need new blood to be able to give loans to people that have some savings because they've completely raped and plundered the native Canadian population. I think this is why you don't see any more white people working anywhere, because the banks have completely destroyed, demoralized them. They're either dead in a gutter somewhere, they're addicted to fentanyl, or they've moved out to the middle of nowhere. I in West Vancouver, I don't see any white people anymore. They definitely are not working.
No, we run on debt. We are a debt economy. We need debt in order to prop
Exactly.
up this whole facade.
Doesn't even make sense. How does having debt prop you up in any sort of way? That
Doesn't
make
prop you
sense
up,
to
it
me.
props them up because you're working and you're paying interest to them. At some
Alright,
point
that's
you
fair.
can't
That
pay
makes sense
interest
then.
anymore, and then you drop out. I think that's what's happened to the native Canadian population.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my theory.
Well, and I think that's why, personally, like even something as simple as people talk about the 15-minute cities. Now the government wants everybody to live into the cities because they're easier to control if they're in the cities and not in the rural areas. But it's and they make the statements about how for you not to own any property, the government's going to own property and you're going to be paying into it. And of course, these are all like tinfoil hat things potentially, but it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Exactly that. You will constantly be indebted to the government if you do not own your own property and you're paying rent to the government because they're the ones that own it. Oh God, like that is the last thing I would want.
But this is why it's so appealing to, then our children. Why it's so appealing. I wish I could. I don't know. Maybe I'll see if I could find it. But there was a chick that she was like, so I work 40 hours a week. I can't even afford the food. I can't afford rent. I can't afford this. I can't afford that. What's the point? Literally, what's the point of going to work? I can't even afford the stuff that I, would have. I can't afford it. So
she's not wrong.
So yeah, they're checking out. So
What you're describing is slavery.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. It's the banking system. They're printing money out of thin air into existence, and they're giving it to you, and you have to work to pay back that interest. You're basically working for the banks that don't do anything. It's a slavery system. And that woman, she's correctly identifying that like if you don't pay if you don't give enough food to your slaves, they will die. That's what's happening to that girl.
Yeah. And it becomes appealing when the government says, hey, you know what? Why own a property? Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. And it becomes really appealing because you've destroyed any idea of entrepreneurship. I wanted to ask, you got a shot collar there?
What, me?
Yeah.
God.
No,
on the dog. If your dog moved.
Oh no! I've been thinking about it.
leave it to the professional.
Did you see that whole thing with that guy?
What guy?
What's his name? Was it Hassan?
Yeah, Hassan. You didn't
Hassan.
see how he
literally was on live stream or something like that. His dog stood up and he shocked his dog because the dog moved. And it's funny. Here I am. I got one dog whining over here, another one whining over here. I'm like, hold on, guys, I'll give you goodies. That's what I do. I don't freaking shock them. Here, eat your goodies. Go and leave me alone for a minute.
No, I'm old school. I discipline my dogs by throwing my boots at them.
Love it. There we go.
You never seen this? You never seen Hassan?
Gross.
I don't know who he is.
Oh, he's a
You can be on a
shepherd.
mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California. And this is just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of fucking anger for like something that is just so routine, so silly, such a first world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Guy. Oh my God. Deport that guy. Give me his citizenship.
Right?
Oh, the memes. This guy got lit up.
Good.
Up. Like, oh, people
This guy's
just
a piece of work. It's so gross.
is. Oh, I wonder if this. Oh, of course, does X do this for you, where it just spins?
It's for $1 billion company, they can't program anything.
People
It's
were
actually
making
kind of funny because
memes of it.
Yeah. Sorry, just for you making the comment about $1 billion company. So I use AI with some things, right? And I literally fed the exact same text into both Grok and into Gemini, gave them the same picture, asked them to do something. I'm going to tell you, like, hold on, show them. Can you see that? No. What about the one where so I asked them to make my dogs look sad with tears. Okay, that's a pit bull and a Doberman. For one, this looks like a Chihuahua head. But do you have the other one where it literally took Hemi's eyes out? It was horrifying.
No,
It was
yeah,
horrifying. I'm like,
it looked.
What did you do?
It looked like someone gouged their eyes out, and it was just eye sockets. Like, what was
horrible. But then Gemini, like on our what do you call it? On our thumbnail for our last episode on Monday, that was Gemini. Just one boom, done. I was like, nailed it.
Yeah, cool.
I don't know. Yeah, right. For $1 billion company, and for the guy who literally, like, you'd think that he would be the top notch of AI. Come on, get with it, man.
Well, like I
Gouged
post
my dog's eyes.
I post a clip, like a link from YouTube, and it doesn't it can't import the thumbnail. And I asked Grok, I'm like, what the hell's going on? And Grok's like, well, sometimes, solar flares and sunspots and time delay. I'm like, you're $1 billion company.
I'm so
you can't pull a thumbnail.
Right.
I think I found the clip here. I won't play the whole thing, but have a good night, Nokian.
Night, Nokian.
Tired of living paycheck to paycheck. I just waited for the mailman to show up so I could get my paper check in the mail that I've been waiting for weeks. So I could come to the bank and deposit it. But because I have negative money in my account, I'm only going to get like a little bit of it because like I can only access $100 for the first day. So I'm probably going to have like $60 today. I haven't gone grocery shopping in probably a month. We have like no food to eat for dinner except for like mac and cheese and ramen. I have $300 electric bill that's overdue. My phone bill's overdue. I just gave my husband my last paycheck from last week so we could pay the mortgage 2 weeks late. And in 10 days or 11 days, the mortgage for next month is due. So it's like this paycheck isn't even like, why do I even have it? Like they might as well take my paycheck and just send it to all my bills. Like what's the point in me even getting my paycheck? It's like annoying. Like I'm not going to see it anyway. Not only that, but in like 3 weeks, I have to pay for summer camp because school's almost over. So it's like, that's another $700-800 that I have to come up with to pay for summer camp. And if I don't pay for summer camp, guess who can't work because their kid is going to be at home with them? Me. So obviously that's going to be like a major to do. Like I can't not pay summer camp. Not only do I have a personal loan and medical bills up the wazoo, like literally I have like a bill for like $3,000 from the hospital. I have like an $8,000 personal loan that was a consolidation loan from like a bunch of loans that I had.
I think we get the point.
I feel you, girl.
Someone
It's disappointing. Like we literally like at my work, we joke because I'm like, oh, it's payday. You see money in your account for about 5 minutes until you like literally disperse it to everywhere it needs to go. And you're like, and I'm broke again. Super exciting.
It's so freaking annoying. Like I remember I paid some obscene amount to CRA, like $27,000, and then they sent me another invoice for 7,000, and I called my accountant. I'm like, "What the f? Like you told me to pay 27 grand, and now they're hitting me with another 7 grand." And then the accountant starts talking in accountant speak. I'm like, "You know what? I'll pay you an extra 7 grand. Just shut up. I'll pay it, but I'm closing the company down. I refuse to do this. I'm gonna go to get a government job."
That's no. I'm just gonna say, okay, I will not divulge where I work, but I work for the government. I'm telling you, I could not live on my own. If I lived in a house by myself,
Good.
in an apartment by myself. Shut up, you. An
Cancer.
apartment by myself, I would have to sell my vehicle, and I would literally be living on frickin' Mr. Noodle or some shit like that. Like there's with the cost of living that there's, especially in Manitoba, it's insane. And I know the cost of living in other provinces is pretty high too, but then with the wage and stuff like that, Manitoba is absolutely horrible. And I couldn't. I literally couldn't. And it's really sad when you work for a government job and you're like, I couldn't even live on my own. I couldn't do it.
Good. You should all live in squalor.
Shut up, God. He's got such a thing with like government. He's always like, you're the enemy. Just like randomly through the day. Like, I hate you. Like, why? You work for the enemy.
You are the enemy.
You are the enemy. Yeah. But like literally, it's so many people will be like, oh, you have a government job, you have this, you have that. Oh my God, you're so lucky. Yes, we have the benefits are decent. And yes, there's a pension. But when you actually think of the actual wage that you make, the amount that you're taxed, and then the cost of living.
Well,
I don't know how people on minimum wage do it.
I was going to go back to what I said. So the prime issue is the banking system, because we're in debt. So we're paying debt, paying interest on the debt. That's like the main issue. The other issue is that the bureaucracy. So I'm very sorry, Kim. I know you work for the government, but the bureaucracy is so big now that for every 3 private sector workers, they're paying for 1 public sector worker. That would be like every family has 1 person at home that they have to take care of. That's infirm.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah. And did you seen that statistic that like are in the first time in like, I can't remember how many years, but Canada's private businesses have closed down. Like have actually gone down. We've actually lost more jobs, but the government added, like when our job numbers come out and they're like, look at the job numbers. Like, yeah, you added like 40,000 people to the government payroll.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to use the R word, but this is retarded. Like if you own a private company, and like you can't spend money and hire people and be like, oh, we made a profit. Like you can't do that, because the spending of money is a loss. But in government, you can do that. You spend taxpayer money. Essentially, taxpayers are idiot investors who don't ask any questions. That's what a government is.
Yeah. So like hearing that girl complain, and that, I've seen tons of these videos where people are making those same claims that I'm having to work 2 jobs and, I can't even make it. I can't do it. I'm trying my hardest. What's the point? That question right there is the death of a country. What's the point?
Well, then when you start giving their land that they've literally paid taxes to and that they feel like they own, you start saying, hey, guess what, guys? You don't actually own this. What is that doing to Canada? You're just going to go back and be like, oopsie. You don't
What's
own
the
this
point?
land. Yeah.
What's the point? I don't know. I hate to see where this is going, where this will continue to go. And as people become more and more desperate, this is why I try to focus on getting like where people are. the middle of the road kind of person, and really try to kind of focus on that. Yeah, I get into fights with those right-wing guys that are like, Canada was made for the old stock Canadians. It's like, yeah, well, those same old stock Canadians that have the same melanin deficiency that you have, they sold you out. They sold your country out. So shut the fuck up with this like old stock Canadian crap. And the same thing from the left. Like, it's just,
you know what I always say to people when they, the immigration is out of control. Nobody will deny that. But I always say, like, the people that implemented this immigration policy, they're Canadians. Pierre Trudeau, for example, Lester Pearson, Mulroney. This is nonpartisan, bipartisan, and they're all old school Canadians. This is maybe the CCP now is interfering, but this was a self-inflicted wound.
Yeah. And and I think conservatives really need to wake up that we are now operating irreconcilable differences where the conservative right, like the actual base of the conservative right, is talking. There's discussions of repealing gay rights, whatever the hell that. Well, we could get it. We don't have to get into the discussion of rights right now. We could do that another time. But repealing gay rights, and how many other litany of issues, the whole abortion discussion. No one in the CPC, in the conservative movement, is talking about that, but the left is talking about abortion up into including birth. They're talking about medically, chemically castrating children. They're talking about universal basic income. Give up.
What I'm
Give
hearing
up.
is
Let the
population
government.
control. Oh, don't forget about the MAID. So if you think about all those things that you just mentioned, include MAID into there, I'm hearing a whole hell of a lot of population control personally, but that could just be my tinfoil hat.
Here's my theory. I keep hammering on the bankers, but they control all the wealth anyway. The bankers they're controlling the left. So the left is coming out and saying all this nonsense about anti-vaxxers and, killing babies up until conception. Birth. And then the right is not very sophisticated, and they're just reacting to the left. They're like, oh no, the left is crazy. We got all these communists. We got to have remigration, and we got to kill all these Jews. And well, maybe they're not saying that, but Jews run.
No,
they run the banking system.
Clip it. No.
Clip it. Yeah. Yeah. Freudian slip.
Yeah.
That was Payman's personal opinion.
And I think because people notice, they recognize that something's wrong, and they're looking for something, whether it is, it's the juice, whether it's whatever issue. I think because people recognize that there is something wrong, something is broken. I was having a discussion with a lady, and she had brought up, well, she said, like, I don't want to be racist. I'm not racist, but I don't like what's happening. I don't like seeing these people. I don't like seeing it. And I had responded to that with, I don't think it's a race issue. I think it has more to do that you are witnessing your culture being destroyed in front of your eyes. It's not race.
Yeah.
It's a cultural death, and that's what's bothersome.
Well, and whose fault is that? It's not the person whose skin color is whatever. It's what the government is allowing. Like literally having
I'm going to stop you there. We allow it. If Canadians did not allow this is why we have those dumb laws that, you can't ride a moose or whatever. You can't have a pie cooling on your windowsill on Sunday, is because at some point culturally, we found that important enough to make a law to enforce it. And
I think
it's not.
I think there's too many people who do not stand up to the government the way that they should, or the way that they used to. And I think the first time for me personally that I've seen somebody stand up to the government in Canada anyway would have been the Freedom Convoy. Too many people, they just hear what whoever it is leading in the government at that moment, especially if it's the whatever they've been fed the Kool-Aid for.
Shot caller.
They just they go along. You totally distract me. I don't even remember what I was saying there. You ruined it.
Freedom Convoy, not enough people stood up. It was the only time they stood up.
Yeah, I think too many people now, they just, okay, this is what the government is saying. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to be a sheep and just follow it. You don't see them actually thinking that, hey, the government works for me. They should be doing what I want them to do. How do you not agree with that?
I don't.
How?
Look at how the left responds. I think.
The left.
Have you ever had Russell, the Canadian conservative, on?
No.
Please, if you ever have the opportunity, he's every time I sit and talk with him. Yeah, the Canadian Russell, the Canadian conservative, or I think it's Canadian Con, but
I think so. Yeah.
Every time I sit and talk with him, he always makes me think deeper. And the question that he had proposed is the left in or is the right engaging in politics or playing or engaging in democracy or playing democracy? The left is engaged in democracy. They will petition people. They will make their voices heard, and they have no problem whether they're vandalizing something. They will make the government bend to what they want. They are fighting for their rights. Whatever that right is, whether it's trans rights or, this human right, they are fighting for it. The right isn't. The right isn't.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
The left is engaging in democracy. The right is playing democracy.
Okay, I might actually agree with that. Especially when I think about how things are playing out in the United States right now, when you think about it. When you think about the left, how they're attacking Trump and everything else that's been going on. And the people on the right, they've kind of been holding their head high, but they haven't been not too much fighting back.
You know what? I would say that the Trump administration is one case where the one situation where the conservatives or the right has finally started to fight back. Like they took out USAID. They completely neutered the left-wing media. Donald Trump is coming out swinging on Truth Social and causing the left to go insane. So Donald Trump is using the left tactics. Now, after the Epstein situation, I think Trump just went off the rails and the whole thing is spiraling out of control. But there was a glimmer of hope there on the right.
Mm-hmm. And so,
yeah, you're not wrong, especially after the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Absolutely.
Yeah, things escalated.
Heard a lot of people on the right that have been standing up, and they're like, "We're not standing for this anymore." And yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think that was the right's. Like, look at, you hear anyone talking outside of just this being brought up now? You see anyone talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination and how these people need to be held accountable? Hear anyone? No one.
Stephen Kirk.
No one. Maybe.
What do you mean,
but
maybe like all the time.
Do you see it in the media? Do you hear anyone talking about the assassination and what a disgusting thing it was? They talked about George Floyd for fucking damn near 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. That guy's still in jail. Is Officer Sicklick?
Chauvin.
Chauvin, sorry, Officer Chauvin. He's still in jail. That guy died of an overdose. And I'm like, Trump, you got to pardon this guy. He died of an overdose. He was a criminal who held a knife to a pregnant woman's belly.
It was a gun.
Was it a gun? I guess that's worse.
Yeah.
And they canonize this. The whole. I don't even want. I'm gonna get angry. I want to go back to one thing you said, Tyler. As like an immigrant, an outsider's view, I noticed that the West in Canada, people were committing cultural suicide. It was like cultural harikari, where they're saying, "Oh, Canada doesn't have a culture," and I saw all these Canadians rushing to try to come up with a reason why Canada doesn't have a culture. Oh, Italy has pasta. We don't have our own food, so we don't have a culture. England has old homes. We don't have old homes, so we don't have a culture. Fuck yeah, Canada has a culture. Like, look what's happening with these Calistanis that are driving trucks without the necessary training. That's a boring example, but that's a form of culture. Canada totally has a culture. They're just trying to destroy the culture.
Well, Justin Trudeau said that Canada is the
Don't
first.
hate me. We're offended. You're offended for.
Oh no!
Man, I hope Bill C-8 and 9 doesn't pass. We're all going to jail. We'll share a jail cell.
He tried to tell me this guy couldn't breathe.
Like snorkels.
Jesus.
Sorry, I'm just full of them today. I'm sorry, guys. Heyman, I apologize to you.
You know, there's somebody on the left that's watching this show, like, the far right wing losers.
Oh man, make racism great again. That was funny. That was funny.
Sorry, I couldn't help you. You mentioned George. I couldn't help myself.
What were we talking about?
So Trudeau
Sorry,
had
I
said
don't
that Canada is the first post-national state, and no one batted an eye. No one cared. So, does Canada actually have a culture anymore?
Well, I don't know anymore. I mean, do you remember the Quebec separation in the early 90s? I got so angry. Yeah, but like, I was an immigrant kid at the time, but I felt Canadian, and I was like, "Screw you, Quebec! You want to leave? You can get on a plane and go back to France. You're not taking our country." Today, if
France didn't want them,
I'm sure they wouldn't. But what I mean is, if they wanted to separate today, I'd be like, "Yeah, sure. Who cares? I got my own problems over here with property tax and fee simple."
Well, exactly.
I remember when it happened personally, and yeah, I was angry.
Was that FLQ?
Come on, buddy. That's like the 70s.
Was it?
But
Oh
but at
shit!
the
Yeah,
same
it was.
time, like I was thinking, like, all right, fine, just go, like, be your own country. Put. Yeah, I'm gonna say the B word. Put some bombs along the border, break it off. You just go float out into the ocean, be your own thing. Like I was angry about it, but at the same time, I'm like, fine, just leave.
I'm kind of envious of Quebec now because they are so vehement in protecting their identity.
It's the way that every province should be. Quebec's not doing enough, but definitely more than any other the Anglo provinces.
Yeah, we kind of just go along to get along, and we all kind of like, oh, Quebec, oh, you guys are so self-centered. It's like, I mean,
they really are, but okay, yeah, I'll give them props.
Protecting your culture. Look at these bigots.
Yeah. No, there's but I'll say, like, at least with Quebec, like they're actually moving in a, I don't want to say secular, but it does seem like they're trying to try to preserve their Catholic churches. You know, with them, I wouldn't say attacking, but definitely through legislation, they are definitely going after Muslims within Quebec. They're making it very clear that hey, you ain't doing this whole religious practice, all this type of crap, and trying to instigate some type of religious war. Yeah, like, no, you're not doing that here. It's kind of based.
There was that meme I had seen where some guys, like, I pay, I think it's like $2,000 in rent for a 200 square foot apartment, and then I get woken up at 5 a.m. for call to prayer in the neighborhood he's in. Like, oh god, that would be so brutal.
That's going to be New York soon.
Right. Oh. Actually, I had seen another meme where they literally had the New York Statue of Liberty have freaking stuff.
Oh, burqa.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I think people really need to wake up. I've come to accept that even if I'm an atheist, I'm a cultural Christian.
No shit.
It's full of Africans and you can't understand anything. I'm just like, uh-oh. Whoops. And so when you see people that intentionally come here, they're not looking to be a part of Canada. When they outright say that I am not here, like I am not Canadian, I am from another country, I am not here to assimilate. I'm here to assimilate you guys. I think Canada really needs to wake up, and it has nothing to do with Islamophobic or being xenophobic or whatever. It's a
This phobe.
I might not have an interest in religion, but religion unfortunately has a damn interest in me. So I got to at least understand where these people are coming from if I'm going to argue this stuff.
I kind of want to add two things to that. First, when I came to Canada, like I don't know, I was just a kid and I always wanted to be Canadian. So I figured like integration, assimilation, and eventually intermarriage. Like I'd marry a Canadian girl and my kids would be fully Canadian. And then COVID happened, and then there was that onslaught of like white liberal women with liberal arts degrees. I'm like, do I really want to be a part of this? So that's one issue. The other one I'll mention, religions, they just don't mix. It's like olive oil and vinegar. They don't mix. So when you bring in Muslims and you have a mostly predominantly Christian country, there's no reconciling that. They're not going to mix. So that's just a problem, and it's a problem that we've created by bringing in this many immigrants.
Yeah, and as you know, to reaffirm my point that you aren't being racist. You are watching your culture get destroyed in front of you.
Oh, right. I mean, what is it? I mean, you hear about schools that are banning Halloween. You can't say Merry Christmas anymore in places.
They're banning Halloween? Why?
Yes, because some cultures don't like it, and some little snowflake gets scared of some big bad or that whatever somebody dressed as.
Mother's Day, Father's Day, Valentine's
no Mother's
Day.
Day. Oh my God.
It was what they call it?
Literally.
What did they change the name to, like Mother's Day and Father's Day? They changed
Birthing Person's Day.
Probably it was some stupid crap like
the
that.
Funny thing is, again, I will not divulge where I work, but we have like a calendar there, and it's got every freaking holiday on it except Mother's Day and Father's Day. They are not on the calendar, and that makes me so angry. And I've asked about it multiple times, and they will not answer me. Probably because my question doesn't come across very nicely.
They can't. The government can't identify what a mother is.
Yeah,
or a woman. Right? It's absolutely insane. But like when you literally have I can't say, people are telling me I can't say Merry Christmas. Oh, you better believe I am the rebel. I will say Merry Christmas. I don't give a shit where the hell I work. I will say Merry Christmas. And if somebody says Happy Hanukkah to me, I will say Happy Hanukkah to you too. Because you know what? That is who you are. And you should be allowed to celebrate the things that you want to celebrate. This is our society. We're Judeo-Christian society. We have Christmas, so Merry Christmas. If you can't understand that, or you're going to get all butthurt and offended, by all means, please go someplace where they practice the same things you do, because
it's very different. It's because they are commanded. I was listening to a debate with the Muslim Lantern, and of course, you know, he's a very devout Muslim. Crazy. But he was asked, well, why don't you go to another a Muslim nation? He says, well, I can't go there and convert people there. You Christians allow me to come to your country and come and convert you.
Huh?
And when he was asked, like,
wrong.
I think it was,
He's
I think,
honest.
yeah, I think it was actually a Jordan. Jesse Lee Peterson was talking to him about it, and he said, well, what if a Christian goes to a Muslim nation? Could he convert? He's like, no. Like, if Sharia law is enforced, no, you aren't allowed to. But I can go to your country because you allow me to. I can come there and convert you. In fact, I'm sworn by Allah to come and do that.
Well, one of my coworkers that we've talked about before, she's from India and she is Catholic. That is her religion where she is from, and that is extremely frowned upon there. But in her village, thankfully, the majority of the people there are Catholic, but still, like, that's not something that's acceptable there whatsoever.
You
Like,
know,
you're condemned for it.
Like religion is an interesting thing. Like it's just with everything else you can mix. With politics you can mix, ethnicity, but with religion you just can't mix. Like, even with culture, like when you leave one culture, I leave Iran and I come to Canada, there's an understanding that the culture remains in the former country, but religion follows you, and you can't. I don't know. I've talked to a couple of Christians here in Canada, even Christian fundamentalists, and I'm like, guys, like, buddy, like, what's going on here, man? Like, are we a Christian country or not? Because it's the elephant in the room. No one wants to talk about it.
Right? We've been so tolerant and so accepting just as a nation. Like I said, even though I'm not Christian, I can look at that. Those are traditions that I grew up with that I want to defend. I want to be able to actually communicate and say Merry Christmas and someone doesn't lose their collectivist mind. Even Richard Dawkins, the atheist man himself, is saying, I miss hearing Christmas carols in the shopping malls. I miss hearing Merry Christmas. The guy that fought his whole life.
Well, he's the reason we don't have that.
Yeah. So, I think it was kind of I've been fighting this demon or these supposed demons for so long. And then I finally realized what I slayed. Like it wasn't, it was actually the dragon. Like you thought the dragon was fighting you. It was actually fighting the monster behind you. It was trying to protect you the whole time. So, God damn, that was profound as fuck.
Put up a dragon picture. Come on, Kim. Get us a dragon.
There's a dragon. So what's new in the world of payment?
Nothing much, man. I'm just exhausted. Like after that election, I went pretty hard, and I'm a little bit drained. I'm a little bit disappointed in the Canadian people. It's hard. Like you go into an election and you try to talk to yeah, I saw that, Glen World. I was before I'm in Florida right now, and I drove down here with my two dogs, and the day that I drove down, I went to a breakfast, and the people there, they want to have a good time. Like they want to have their coffee, have their breakfast, talk with their friends. And I'm just like, you guys realize I ran for the People's Party because our country is disintegrating. And meanwhile, you guys have your head in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how. I mean, I kind of know, but we have a long road ahead of us on fixing our country.
Yeah. So how's everything going with Chris and JP? Seems like you guys are doing really well over there.
We are, and I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but we want to start reaching out to other podcasters and having, making connections and having people on. And I'll recommend to JP. I'm like, why don't we have you guys on? But JP and Chris,
I've been barking up that tree for a good year, and we just couldn't get a schedule to work. So
you guys don't get along, or is it just
no? It was just scheduling, like how the times that we have and the times that like he was doing his thing, and it just never worked out. So
I mean, we do more times now than we used to. We used to just be strictly Saturdays, and now we're a little more open now.
How many days a week do you guys do shows?
3
Monday,
right Wednesday,
now.
Saturday. Yeah.
And how many hours each?
About 2. We're going a little long today.
Except
I'll end it for you guys soon. But like, do you guys have guests on?
We do sometimes, but I know that this is kind of a weird time. Like I'm not opposed to having, I've always said open invitation. Anyone's more than welcome. In fact, like Saturdays, we've been posting our StreamYard link that if people want to, come and, have what do they want to share or what opinion do they want to, talk about? I have
Quote,
no
unquote,
problem.
Call in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Post a link and you can just pop in and tell us what you think. Tell us you love us. Tell us you hate us. Tell us what's on your mind. Kind of craziness going on in the world today.
Yeah, and actually just trying to discuss ideas. Like actually get a little deeper than surface level stuff. Because that's
like my vision for saving Canada is something a little bit deeper than the topical like Rachel Gilmore or I don't want to mention any, but there's a bunch on the right as well. like just
we know.
We're I don't want to say it. I don't want to start a feud.
No,
Rachel
no, you
Gilmore,
don't.
We know.
She can come
we
after
know.
me if she wants.
We got you.
But
Yeah.
but we're in dire straits, and the country needs to chart a path forward, and it can't just be, Orange Man bad or some garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think that's what infuriates me the most is when you hear so many people. That's all they're focused on is their TDS, Orange Man bad. Like, can you people stop looking at the quote unquote orange man and actually look in your own backyard? Like, please look in your suck at this. Look at your own backyard and what's going on there. Like, there's so many people that are just absolutely clueless.
Yeah.
That are absolutely clueless to what is going on in their own backyard, and they're too focused on what's going on in the United States. Like, forget about the United States. Forget about what's going on in Russia and Ukraine or whatever. Can we please focus on Canada here and realize, like, just, oh my God, lift the veil, people. Please wake up. Because all this stuff that's going on over here is distracting you with what actually is going on in Canada, and Canada is falling. It really is.
The point that I like when we first started today's episode was, you notice all the media is talking about they're talking about Pierre and his MPs leaving. They're not talking about the budget that's putting us nearly $100 billion further in debt. Not one peep. I didn't see one article except it was I don't think I've seen one article actually talking about it. It was about Pierre and the two people leaving. That's it.
Well, it's literally just the same as the 300 ostriches that had to get called. But let's not talk about the hundreds of millions of turkeys and chickens that have had to have been killed because of the avian flu virus. And not to mention, that's just in the United States and Canada, not including Europe and everywhere else. Like, people are not focused people.
Like, if you really want to tackle this, you need leadership. You need some organizational structure, and this is what the People's Party was supposed to be. And I'm telling them, I'm like, guys, I'll work for you for free, but you got to start showing leadership. Like this is not a simple thing that you just mentioned about the ostriches and the turkey thing. What they do is, again, I go back to the banks. They come in, they use the government, they bankrupt these farms, and then they pick up the land with the businesses on the cheap. This is the plot of the Roman Polanski movie Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need some way to educate the public. We don't have very much time, and maybe we can't do this in one election cycle. But if we just think in 4-year cycles, 4-year terms. Oh, don't split the vote. We got to get in. We're never going to get out of this.
You're done. You've already lost. You might as well just bend over, drop your pants. Like,
yeah.
Like,
take it up the tailpipe.
Like, let's look at it this way. You think the long march on the institutions was just one election cycle? It was a generation.
Yeah.
Like the top of the mountain is revolution. Is a communist revolution. That is the top of the mountain. You think they just started there? Like I see people talking about like, oh, I had a petition and it signed and it failed in the House of Commons. No one cared to read it. Okay, and well, Canada's fucked. I give up. It's like, you think that's what the left does? No, they keep going. They keep going. They keep pushing. They keep pushing. They don't stop. It's like a horde of zombies. They just do not stop. Like that's how they are. They will just keep pushing and pushing. This failed, well then we try here. That failed, we try here. We push here. We do this, we do that. It's constant. It's unrelenting.
You ever seen the movie Starship Troopers?
Yeah.
It's like
Yes.
it's like an army of those insectoids.
Yeah. Yeah, it 100%.
I will
That's
say
they just
something,
keep going.
but I will say something with that movie that I 100% agree with is that people shouldn't be able to vote unless you fight for your country. I think those are the people
Yeah.
who should be allowed to vote.
You need to
Anybody
have
else?
some sort of
No.
stake or ownership. So either you own land or you have money or you serve your country. You can't just willy-nilly give it to every single person. You certainly can't give it to people that newcomers.
Yeah, and I
Right?
think the question that would actually defeat the lefts with the idea of, universal suffrage is how many dumb people do you meet a day? Maybe
Oh my
are like
God,
half of
so
them
many.
are like at least half of them are they, just barely, they're still licking windows because they like the taste of it. Like how many people are you interacting with? And do you want them to vote? You want them to nullify your ability to affect change. That's what you want.
Yes. I want the short special bus with all the people licking the windows and eating the paste.
Yeah,
Yes, that's who I
it's
want
like a
voting.
it's like a strata. We'll leave soon. I know you guys are running late, but it's like a strata. Like you own a unit, you have a vote, right? You don't just open up the vote to like the drunk people on the street, the homeless people, the people that have just done a bunch of drugs coming out of the after hours. You own a unit, you vote.
I think you should either have to serve this country. If you are a public employee, like if you work in like politics or whatever, you can't vote. If you do not have property, you cannot vote. At least
You don't
one
work,
vote,
you can't vote.
one vote per household. And what's the age that someone can become prime minister in Canada? Is there an age limit?
I don't know.
Like the
Isn't
earliest
it like
someone
35 or something? Or is that president?
I know that's in the States, but I don't think there is a minimum age limit.
Actually, I can tell you there isn't because the prime minister is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution.
Oh, okay. Well then.
But if you look at the older requirements to become a member of parliament or a senator, you had to own property. You had to be a member of good standing in your communities. It means that you had to have a wife, kids. You can't cheat on your wife. So there was like a requirement before getting in.
There was a moral and ethical standard.
And financial.
Yeah. Yeah. You actually had stake in the game. And I think if I'm sorry, Payman, not to call you out, but I think if you came from another country, you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
You can do that. I have no problem with that. It's good. I don't think it's sufficient. Like like I mentioned before, all of the problems in Canada come from Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Brian Mulroney. It's a step in the right direction. It's not enough.
Yeah, and like unfortunately, we've seen kind of the way that I would look at it. Like if you had a buddy that came over and you knew like every Friday was pizza night, and then you have a buddy that comes over. And you guys still kind of vote 50-50, what kind of pizza you get every Friday. Then he brings his girlfriend over. And then she brings, her aunt because she just got evicted from her house. And then all of a sudden your vote doesn't matter anymore because the people that came here voted for the interests of back home. They brought their politics from their country of origin to here instead of you leave that shit on the tarmac. When those wheels went up, your problems left with it. Like they were left behind.
Well, the thing is that there are some people that so this is where it becomes tricky because there are some people like even when I think of my coworker, she came here to leave the country she was in. She doesn't want to bring anything from her country to Canada. She came here for a fresh start to assimilate. And I think people who have that mentality, I don't think is bad. If they have the Canadian citizenship, I don't think that that is bad for them to be able to vote if they're serving the country or whatever. But it's the ones that come here to
No, they bring their tribal
convert
warfare. They bring their tribal
or
warfare here.
I put it back on the actual Canadians because it's up to the Canadians. Ultimately, the native Canadian population determines the rate of immigration. If you bring in too many immigrants, and they might be wonderful people, but you're offsetting the balance. Like the rate of immigration every year should be, I don't know, 1% of the population or something like that. Something very
so
low.
much more.
Oh, that's what it is right now. It's that's 400,000 people a year. Think about that.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
well, I
insane.
might be wrong on the numbers, but like you can't bring too many. It's like if you have poker night. So let's take a sexist male approach. If you have like a gaming night with men
Like
playing
that.
Call of Duty, and then
Yeah.
as you mentioned, Tyler, like somebody brings their girlfriend, another girlfriend, next thing you know, it's like a book club, right? And you're
Yeah.
drinking vino, and you're getting outvoted. So that's what's happened in Canada, and it's up to the native population to enforce that. And if you don't enforce that, you can get angry at the immigrants that you're bringing in, but it's like you brought them in, man. You're the one responsible.
Yeah, and that was the point I was making before. Like you're the people that share your skin color, your old stock Canadians, they sold you out. So like whatever the solution would be, that hey, whether it is a certain number, whatever mechanism that would retain Canada as a culture, as an identity, as something that's earned, not just sold off like a cheap whore. So whatever it is, that's something that hey, we have a vested interest. I would love the idea of you have to be a landowner and family. You have to have a wife and children. You can't be divorced. Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
So I think I remember seeing a stat. I can't remember what the number was, but like typically companies will hire someone who's married over someone who's single.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They're more
I
they're more
guess.
responsible. They
More
have skin in the
responsible,
game.
Mhm.
They're not doing
Well,
weekend benders. Like, well, maybe they are, but
I don't know. Like for me, like when I think about like even going back to the whole Starship Trooper, like you have to serve the country in order to be able to vote. I honestly think of I love my parents to death, but I think of if I had to choose between my parents voting and having a say, or my grandfather who served in the War II in the Navy, then came out of the war and was a captain fireman. I'm going to go for this guy. I think this guy knows more about what's going on in our country and what would be good for our country because he has served the country personally.
they have stake. And that's why women shouldn't be allowed to vote.
You know,
No
I
comment.
to be completely honest, like if it literally was like, okay, well, things can change, the world can go great if you give up your vote.
Buy all new
Give
followers.
up my vote.
See you guys
Oh,
later.
100%. I'm literally the one saying that I think that you should have to serve the country in order to be able to vote. I do not serve the country. I am not in the armed forces or anything on those front whatsoever. So I completely agree with that. And this has nothing to do with, well, women should be able to do this, women should be able to do that, our feminism. No. Think about this is your country. Like if you have a stake in something, like in my job, I think I should be able to vote with things because guess what? I have a stake in my job. I know what my job is. People who are fighting for the country, they're literally fighting for your country. Like I feel like they would know a lot better what our country needs than people who do not. But What
So
does
what?
it say?
So
Oh, oops, sorry. I hit it the same time you did.
I disagree with mandatory service, and that it gives you it puts hair on your chest.
This is what's going on. They could send your sons to die at any given time. Well,
Clown World, I can address that. Clown World watches our episodes all the time. You don't have to go out there fighting useless wars. I mean, defending the nation's borders is one example. And it doesn't have to be military. I mean, you could serve in the courts, you can serve in a law enforcement capacity.
agree. Fireman.
You'd have to think this through, but I mean, this is something no one talks about. Mothers, they serve a purpose in society. I mean, even bearing children, provided you're a citizen, like that's a service. If your husband owns property and you own property, sorry,
Is it though?
well,
is.
well,
Shut
not
up.
if you abandon your children, but if you raise them, go with me, bro. Come on.
Right.
Busting your balls.
Yeah.
No, I think there is, and I think that's a big distinction. The difference is men have a duty in society. We have an absolute duty. We know if you see a guy that's like, he lounges around, doesn't really do anything. He's a mope. You're like, what are you doing? You're useless. Like
Loser.
we're gonna get on their case and like, yo, you're getting up, you're doing something. You're not just sitting here. But we've kind of done the inverse, I think, with women. Like, so if men's duty and responsibility in society is whether we go and fight the wars or when things go bump in the night, who's the one going to find out what it is? Well, it ain't the woman, it's the guy. So if that's the duty
Depends, are
that
you
men
home?
have, true. So if that's the duty that we have, that men have in society, what is the duty that women have? Really, like what
Taking care of the home.
obligation? What obligation
care
do
of your
women
family.
have?
Taking care of the children, taking care of the home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to incur the wrath of feminists, but just as Kim said, like if
I'm a
you
girl,
want to,
remember?
like raising children it's not a small feat. I mean, we've all had parents, we've all had mothers, and it's not something simple. That's their service, I would say.
Yeah. So that would be their duty to society.
Yeah, we have
So,
three teenage
is
boys.
to-
To answer your question, yes, we are parents.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, and so I think if that is their actual duty in society, I think why were they sold this false bill of goods in order to actually shirk their responsibility, and instead of being kind of loyal to a loving family, they went to a soulless corporate job.
Well, you know the answer to that question. It's taxation and it's just centralization of power and
Yeah.
worshiping at the altar of the state.
I think it's more just putting it into perspective that women were sold a false bill of goods that I think kind of entering the workforce. Like I'm kind of in the position like, hey ladies, fine. If that's what you want to do, you want to be a badass CEO bitch, okay, fine. But you're also entering into a sphere that you're going to be pushed, you're going to be tested, and you either sink or swim. And I don't know if I have to put water wings on you because or kid gloves, then obviously you're not the best capable of doing that job.
Well, no, and I mean, like, it's nowhere near the same, but like for me personally, when I was working in a car dealership, like it's all men that work there, right?
There we
Good.
go.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That is
I love
amazing.
I love that.
And
I like
yes,
and I'm not opposed to women like if I want to do it. It's just I would rather
exactly.
you know
But I mean,
a
that's
mom that
the
could
thing.
actually
Yeah, like
Go
I
ahead.
worked in a car dealership that is literally all men. And it was either, okay, girl, you need to grow some cojones and man up, or you're going to sink. Like that's just the way it is. And which, okay, fine. But at the same time, if it was feasible for me to stay at home, raise our kids, do homeschooling, if it was financially feasible, you better believe I would do it. Like 100%
Mhm.
I would have done it. But with the world that we live in now, at least in Canada, because that's the only thing I know, it wasn't feasible. I had to work. He had to work. And it really does suck. So anybody who has that opportunity, I don't know why anybody would honestly bitch and moan about it. Being
Honestly,
home with
like
your family, like
it,
that's
if my wife had a job that she could support me so I could stay home and drink all day and play with the 2 dogs.
Right?
And then she comes home and I bitch
Oh.
and complain about how she never spends time with me. That'd be amazing.
Love
You
it.
never look at me when we make
Oh.
love.
Why do you never listen to me? You're
Yeah.
always tired. You're always busy with work.
Yeah.
This is a headache. Oh.
Yeah.
Let me guess, you got cramps that time of the month again? Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's funny.
Just
Like
never ends.
the one day that like maybe I'm at home or something. Like if I, just like the odd day that I'm not driving, Kim will come home and she's like, "So what'd you do today?" I'm like, "Oh, I saved the world from a zombie apocalypse." She's like, "I'm proud of you. You're so good."
babe.
Like, yeah, I did.
You're doing your part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am
mean,
doing my part.
we didn't have a zombie apocalypse today, so
You're
on you.
welcome. You're
We
welcome.
beat the odds.
So what I guess because your show you got it's on Wednesdays, isn't it? It's just the one a week?
Yeah, the one with Chris and JP, it's on Tuesdays at noon.
Tuesday.
We're just trying to inject some civility into Canadian political discourse.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I've seen like little segments here and there, but I don't know why. Like I said, for whatever reason, X just spins. Are you guys anywhere else other than on X?
We do X, Substack, YouTube, Rumble, but the majority of our traffic is from X, which is a shame because X censors everybody.
Yeah, I know. And Rumble's getting better. Like I'm still Team Green. I'm really trying to, but YouTube is still first in best dressed. So unless Rumble really revolutionizes, like TikTok took off because people flocked to it. It was something different, and now TikTok rivals YouTube. Like that's the whole reason YouTube has YouTube Shorts is because TikTok was kicking YouTube's ass.
Didn't TikTok get taken over by like the deep state? Who was that? The guy just bought it.
Yeah, I can't remember.
On the same day that he bought it, Elon Musk got pressured into changing his algorithm, which is why we're getting screwed.
Yeah, which is why you can't say the J word.
Wait, what?
You can't say the J word anymore.
I know what the J word. I get what the J word is, but I didn't realize
Jaywalking?
someone bought
Yes.
TikTok or took over TikTok.
Yeah, it's owned by a U.S. company, like the U.S. division.
Stop, really?
So just like how China, when you open up a company in China, you have to have a Chinese office. Basically, China owns it. And the U.S. said that China needs to divest. Was it ByteDance or whatever had to divest from TikTok, so it's actually controlled by a U.S. company. So,
Well, I did know that, like, what's it called? Trump had canceled TikTok originally because he wanted X% of US to be in control of TikTok, basically to see what was going on. I mean, which is fair. It's a Chinese company, and I mean, we all know about the Chinese, right? But anyway, so I mean, that makes sense. Like he wants a certain percentage into it, or he wants Americans to have a certain percentage into it if it's going to be in America, to make sure things are running kosher, which I get. So I guess obviously that did happen.
It happened, basically. My view is kind of like, if you follow the Nuremberg trials, one of the justices that presided over the Nuremberg trials, he said, I'll have to clip him saying his wife's home. I'll take it. That's a good one.
drunk is best drunk. Sorry.
Government sets an example for people to follow, and if government doesn't observe the laws, then people won't observe the laws. So when you have the CIA, that's well, the CIA, the government, whatever, it's just spying on their own citizenry, it gets harder to say that China should not be able to come in and spy on our citizens. It's like, how about, screw you CIA, screw you CPP, or what is it, the Chinese CCP, Chinese
Mhm.
Communist Party, and
Yeah.
we people don't want any of this.
Well, and what really sucks is, so I've been looking at a new phone, because was a phone last now like 2-3 years, and then it just turns to garbage. But I'm
Pretty
looking at
much.
like Chinese owned phones. They're kicking the shit out of Apple and Google or Samsung. Like their technology is so far ahead in
Well, that
actually
one-
creating a quality product.
Well,
And
that one
it's-
that you showed me with like the liquid, what was that, a Chinese phone?
Yeah.
Oh,
Are,
what
are
was
you
it
guys
called?
following the war in Ukraine?
No.
No.
Russia is outproducing. Russia builds the same amount of armaments in 3 months that all of NATO builds in like a year. The industrial capacity of of Russia and China is unbelievable. The West is completely deindustrialized. They've focused too heavily on this banking system, and
Mhm.
it's backfired.
Yeah. No, it's I think people really don't grasp like the powerhouse that the United States was. Like they were, what was it? It was some like during the peak of like World War II, they were building it was like a ship. They were building a warship every like 3 months or every month or something.
They're
Like
building a plane every 7 minutes.
yeah, like it was just that ability. And to kind of go back with the boomers, they sold that manufacturing base out, and then they wonder why does everything cost stuff? Like, well, because if your money doesn't have value, like that's the only reason. And it's like the United States' dollar is just held at the end of a gun. It's like use it or else. Like,
Yeah.
And I think Russia, I said this has been going on for far too long. Far too many people have needlessly died. Russia won. All they're doing is just getting entrenched and just holding. They got their region. They got everything they wanted. Now that's all they have to do. They just have to sit here and wait for Trump to get out or whoever to that needs to swap out, and then just, what? Fine. We've done this long enough. People are sick of watching people get blown up. It was the same issue that people had with the Israel Gaza thing. I'm tired of seeing kids getting blown up.
Not wrong.
And so, public support for this stuff is going away, but it's the government that still pushes it. Like it's just more and more. I don't know. If I was an unethical person, like I read the news and everything else. I wish I just invested in the things that I seen that were coming. Like everything was gearing up for these wars long before they kicked off. And like if you ever look up like Halliburton's stock price, like pre like 2023, just before the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, whew, you'd make a beautiful return. Oh my God, Payman, you'd be a rich man.
You're basically describing the George Soros business model.
Pretty much. It's
if I could bank on some of the stuff that my old coworker, who I deemed as a conspiracy theorist, had said, I'd be a rich person, because unfortunately a lot of the stuff that quote unquote conspiracy theorist said, bang on.
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
especially through COVID. Oh my God.
So are you guys looking at having more reaching out? Because I know Chris is doing the like the night calls and that type of stuff. So are you like, is this like your own thing? Like you're kind of like wanting to reach out more in that type of stuff and get more like people involved, or is it like with the three of you kind of reaching out a lot more?
think we're just three Canadians that realize that something is terribly wrong. So Chris Erickson, he's helping out with One BC. He's helping out um, what's her face, Dallas Brody.
Dallas Brody.
Yeah, so he's big in that party, and I support him in that. And the Night Call, he's trying to do whatever he can to help the country. JP Berg, he was big time Conservative Party supporter, and then he realized that something is off, and that's where he got his start. My story, you kind of know, and we came together, and we're trying to see, where do we go from here? Because the three of us alone, we're not going to save the country. We have to mobilize more people.
Yeah, no, I think that's awesome. I'd love seeing that more people are willing to finally just speak and just, you know what, something's wrong, and not like I said, I hold people that are willing to actually put in the fight and actually put their name and their values actually on the line, that I respect. Even if you don't make it, at least you said, you know what, I gave it my all. I don't know what more I possibly could have done. So I would rather that than the people that just sit and, online and just bitch and complain, but don't actually do anything. So
that's fair. Yeah.
No, pointing fingers at myself. No, I was actually cleared to run for the CPC with Andrew Scheer, but I ended up backing out because I just I think with COVID, the messaging was so strong, and that was where a lot of my hate, no, I shouldn't say hate, but it was just a frustration that I think back then I really recognized that something was wrong. And I think, like most people, we were just kind of head in the sand, just life, just being in life. And then just to see that, okay, no, this stuff is way deeper. And I think it's so much more important to get culture, because people won't care that you can't put a pie on your windowsill if culturally no one cares.
Yeah.
I think that's a better fight. If you can change, here and here, the laws don't mean shit. I think that's so much more important. So
I think there needs to be more people like you fighting across Canada, especially for the
like me.
PPC.
Well, thank you.
No, sorry, Payman. Like I feel that the PPC has a really good vision of what Canada should be, and I really feel like there should be more people like you in every province across Canada fighting.
I think you'll see with every election cycle, I think you're going to see more people. So it was difficult for me. It was very hard in the last election. It was impossible in the election before, but it gets easier with time.
Yeah, no, it's just keep speaking it. I think as long as you're truthful, and like that's one thing we've seen. If you're, commenting on the people I think you're commenting of, you've seen the mass slip, you've seen the grift, you've seen that they're disingenuous, fucking backstabbing liars, and will do anything. They're just pay whores. They'll do whatever. I mean that in the nicest way possible.
They're not good people like you and Kim.
No, I'm way too ethical. I'm just waiting for my checks to clear, so I'll start shilling whenever those checks come in.
Checks? What kind of checks? What kind of checks are coming?
Don't worry about it. But we've seen that there are people that claim to do one thing in private, and then you've seen they're forward facing. It's like, you don't believe that at all. Like you're a liar. You're actually a liar. You're a two-faced backstabbing liar. And that's that
lying liar who
oh,
lies.
yeah, lying liar that lies. Yeah. And you know, I won't sling any mud. I've made my voice very clear on the people that I think are just grifting for their own self-interest. But
What am I don't know. I could be retarded. What are your opinions on the active clubs? What kind of active clubs? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Again, I could be retarded.
is that like Balatro? I don't know. I've been playing that a lot lately.
Like
Games of
terrorist clubs, or I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll wait for clarification on that. But
Yeah.
I think eventually the mask slips with all these people. The people that they don't have it in here. You know, maybe they have the ability. They caught a wave. And air balloon club, fucking Todd. This guy, he loves his air balloons. God. You know, eventually the mask slips. And you see the person for who they really are. And
Yeah, but it's hopefully the people notice it before the mask slips. That's the thing, is then the mask slips and they're like, oh no. And then somebody else comes in the exact same party spouting the same thing. It's like, oh, well, it's not the same person though. So he must be telling the truth, right?
no,
Yeah.
it's you can only be authentic for so long before this stuff it comes out. Something will.
I just don't think the country can take too many more of this fake conservative party. Don't split the vote. They're probably going to do it for the next election because the People's Party they've just shit the bed. They're not ready for another election. If they do this for another 3 elections, the country's toast. Like,
Yeah.
we need adults in the room.
Do you think it was the right call for Max to leave?
Leave what?
Max left?
Well, when he left the CPC.
Oh,
No,
like he left the party?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. In my opinion, so I would have done the same thing, but I'm a principled man. Viva Fry, in his interview with Alex Jones, he said Maxime Bernier, he's a good man, but he's a bad politician because he sticks to his convictions.
Mhm.
And a lot of people have said that Max should have just stayed with the party and tried to reform it from within. I'll share my opinion. You guys make up your own minds. I don't think that party can be reformed. I think that party is designed specifically from the Crown Corporation to be top-down managed.
We're talking about the Conservative Party.
No, the Crown Corporation, the monarchy, the City of London, the banking interests, just the billionaires, whoever runs that party, it's designed so that you have a board and the board manages everything.
Oh.
So it's kind of like that illusion of
Yeah.
choice. It's like the, you know, I think I had posted it, but it's like the puppet master. That was the puppet master, and then one puppet was in red, one puppet was in blue, that kind of thing.
Sounds about right.
I wonder. I don't know if I still have that photo on our X page, but no, not terrorists. Active clubs are growing all over the West, Europe, Australia. They are young men, perhaps 20 to 40s. They gather, tribe, and train. Second Sons. Second Sons that's not a white nationalist group, or am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah, Second Sons is Jeremy McKenzie, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's fine. I mean, it's an ethno-nationalist organization. I have a lot of ethno-nationalist friends. I had a friend who told me, like, you do not want to piss off the like the 20 to 35-year-old male group. It usually leads to bad things, and I think that's what Canada's done. You got a lot of pissed off young youth.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, no, I 100% agree. Yeah, I don't remember really seeing something with Second Sons. I don't really follow like Jeremy and those guys over there. I'm sure their message is good. I don't share it. So I don't share their vision. So
That's not the guy that you got into a fight with, was it?
no, that was the ferryman.
Oh, right. That
So
guy.
yeah.
That guy. He was special.
Yeah.
Who won the fight?
Well, he did. I have no problem saying that, but let's be
Peace
real.
out.
It was a one-sided fight. It was basically a mute fest, and then monologuing for.
Oh,
for
I thought it was a fist fight.
Oh no, I'm not gonna fight that dude.
Well.
No, of a verbal kind. Kidding me? The only thing I'm fighting is a fucking gravity. That's it. And I lose most of the time, man. I tell you.
Honestly, you don't have to fight gravity. It's got a hold of you, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was special. Oh my god, he made me so mad listening to that live space you two had. Oh my god.
Well, no, some people have their views, and I don't know. Sure.
Jeez, that's a huge bitch.
It's a good thing it wasn't a physical fight.
I don't know. I'm 6 feet, so I'm probably just as wide. Well, all right. So we'll get out of here. It was awesome to see you, Payman. Fantastic to catch up.
So
and
good for you to pop in.
More than welcome. Maybe we won't do 4 hours, but you're more than welcome to hop in and open invite. Always open invite for you and those guys over
Yes.
there. So more than
Well,
welcome.
I'm sorry for ruining your night. I didn't realize
Did
I was
not ruin
occupying
your
you
night.
4 hours.
Whatever.
Well, it was only two of the 4 hours. We were going for about 2 hours before you popped
I was
in.
only 50% of the problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, it was a pleasure. I would keep going, honestly.
Well, I'll talk to the other guys and we'll get you over onto the PST podcast, Philosopher Stoic and Teddy Bear.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I would enjoy that.
I could drop my truth bombs over there, like women shouldn't be allowed to vote, and watch Chris just go, "Oh my god, what the
Yeah,
fuck?"
and then have the woman in there going, "I agree." What do you feed her?
Everything. No, I'm just joking.
Everything.
But I do think that those are really important questions. Like those, where do we want to see our country? And I think that that's
Yeah.
a little tongue in cheek. Should women be allowed to vote? I think it's more of a where do we want to see Canada ultimately go? Do we just open it up? And as I said, just our passports we just pass it around and everyone gets a passport. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Doesn't mean anything.
No
Or
bueno.
is there actually a standard? Does it
Like
actually mean something to be Canadian?
The Oprah approach. You get
Yeah.
a passport. Everyone gets a passport.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad
So I
news bears is what that is. You do not do that. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
No, yeah, I'm
I'll,
more than welcome. More than welcome, you guys over here or us over there. We'll
So before
definitely
we
make the
go,
time.
though, Payman, where can people find you?
Great question. On X, you can find me at Payman Ascari 451. I have a podcast on YouTube, Rumble, Substack, and X, in lay terms. Philosopher Stoic and the Teddy Bear. That's another one we do on Tuesdays at noon. Cerberus at the Improv is another one I do Saturdays at 1:30 Pacific. And
What was
Friday,
that? Is that all on Rumble?
Rumble, YouTube, and X. And then on, YouTube, Rumble, Substack, and X, I Behind the Wall with Jason James Fridays at 10 a.m.
Wow. Busy man. That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna Payman Ascari, the cafe locked out. I'll have to, what is it called? What is it on Rumble?
Which one?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Behind the Wall on a Rumble, Substack, and YouTube.
Behind the Wall. I didn't know that you were. I thought I only seen you on X. So Behind the Wall, which you know what? We send me the link.
I'll send
Yes.
them. I'll send them, buddy.
Yes. Send the links.
Yeah.
And we will list them
make
in our
sure.
description box so people can hook up with you.
Sounds good.
What a terrible thing
All
to
right.
say.
Well, thank you.
Good-looking people.
everybody.
Good-looking people only.
Yeah, there you go.
Agreed. No.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time out of your day to come sit with us and listen to the craziness going on in the world today. As per usual, we don't disappoint. There's just too much for us to keep up with. You can find us in all the places listed in the description box below. And if you're new here, please hit the little subscribe button, like us, all that fun stuff. It helps us out. Otherwise, we'll catch you again on Saturday, 1 p.m. Central Time in the exact same spots you're seeing us now. Have a
And
fantastic and
don't be
yeah, that.
Beta.
Have a fantastic evening, everybody. We'll catch you guys again on Saturday. We out.
Bye, guys.
have a fantastic